Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Iron Fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Becomes Psycho Hacker. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Would you like to come to America to see me for your break? Izuku blinked at the computer screen as he tried to process the words said to him. Wait, really? He jumped to his feet, eyes darting to his mother in excitement. The smile on her face told him everything he needs to know. Yes, of course, Dad. Mom would be coming too, right? The man on the other side of the video call chuckled and nodded. His black hair had the same wild curls as Izuku's, though he somehow managed to make it look professional in a way. The quality of the screen wasn't the best, but Izuku could see how happy his father was at his excitement. Yes, Izu, your mother would also come. I highly doubt that she would allow you on an international flight by yourself in the first place. Your father is still going to be working for a bit while we're there, but his company has kindly agreed to let you tour some of the facilities during that time. Inko added. We'll be there for the full 2 weeks. Izuku bounced in excitement as the plans started to come together. He hadn't seen his father in at least 5 years. Not in person anyway. They managed to video call at least once every 2 weeks, and he knew that his parents talked to each other frequently. But for all three of them to be in the same place at the same time. Izuku could feel his eyes begin to water at the thought. And while you're here, I want to introduce you to some close friends of mine. I told them about your analysis hobby and they are very excited to meet you. His father paused, his tone turning fond. Izu, you can cry if you'd like. I know your mother did when I asked her about it a few weeks ago. At that prompting, the tears burst forth and Izuku let out a happy sob. Sorry. I'm just so happy to see you again. Familiar arms brought him into a hug and he cried freely into his mother's shoulder. It's silent as his father gave him time to calm down and center himself. Believe me, son, I know. I can't wait to see you two again, which is why the tickets are already purchased. Your flight leaves the day after you get out of school and I will be the one to pick you up at the airport. Oh, and make sure to bring your most recent notebook, okay? I would love to see your progress. Izuku pulled away from his mother and attempted to wipe his face clean. A grin is plastered on his face when he looked back towards the screen. Why, sir? See you soon. The first thought that went through Izuku's head as they walked to baggage claim was, we still have the whole day to do things, followed quickly by, oh wow, I'm exhausted. The Atlanta airport was bustling with people at 9 a.m., but both of the Midoriyas were solely focused on getting their bags and then getting to Hisashi's apartment. Izuku managed to snag both of their suitcases from the conveyor belt with some difficulty and the two made their way towards the pickup point in silence. It wasn't the first time they had made the flight from Japan to Atlanta, but that had been several years ago. Last time, Hisashi was the one to visit them, but they had all gone together when he made the move out to America. Izuku was only 6 then, so his memories of the trip were pretty vague. All he knew at the time was that his dad received a huge promotion that required him to move to one of the larger branches of the company in America. He had bawled the entire ride back to the airport and had refused to let go of his father at first. Hisashi promised to visit as soon as he could, which ended up being 2 years later. Life caught up with all of them after that visit, and the next thing they knew, 5 years had passed. Which was why Izuku was so excited to see his dad after so long. As much as he loved his mom, he had always looked up to his father. He had thought Hisashi's job was the coolest thing ever after being a hero. Quirk analysts were so interesting too. He would stay up and watch his father review footage of hero fights late at night, taking notes in a rapid and concise manner. It was during those nights that his own love for analysis grew under his father's watchful eye. Hisashi had gotten him his first notebook, right after his diagnosis. Izuku was still heartbroken about the entire ordeal and had been rather distant from both of his parents. So when his dad had asked Izuku to watch some footage with him, Izuku was reluctant. That was until he was presented with his own notebook. Want me to show you how I help heroes, kiddo? From then on, Izuku would sit next to his father and scribble his own notes with fervor. Even after Hisashi left for America, his father would encourage him to continue to write analysis and watch hero fights. Izuku would share his work and Hisashi would help him organize his thoughts and dig deeper into quirks. It was those memories that made him continue to work on his hero analysis, even when others thought it was creepy. Each new entry in his notebook gave him one more thing to tell his father on their next video call, and he clung onto that thread of connection between them. A soft gasp from his mother pulled Izuku out of his thoughts and his eyes snapped upwards. A mess of black hair came into view and Izuku smiled. Taking off at breakneck speed, he gave his dad only a moment to prepare before he threw himself into the older man's arms. Familiar fingers carefully worked through the knots in his hair. Izuku smiles at the warmth in his father's chest from his quirk and the comforting rumble that told him Hisashi was holding back a laugh. I thought I had told you to take care of your hair while I was gone. The signature Midoriya curls need tender love, you know? Too much work. Missed you. Izuku mumbled into the soft fabric of his dad's t-shirt. Another pair of arms wrap around him, followed by the feeling of tears hitting his shoulder. His father shifts with ease and soon enough, the Midoriya family is together at last. The trio stayed in each other's arms for a few moments longer before Hisashi pulled away. Izuku looked up to see a huge grin spread upon his father's face. I know you're both exhausted, but I want to introduce you to one of my coworkers and his family. Come on, the car is this way. Even with the jet lag wearing on him, Izuku couldn't help but be excited as they walked into the South Region headquarters of IHAO. He had gone to his father's old office once and it was nowhere near as impressive as this one. At least, from what he remembers of those grainy decade-old memories. The International Hero Assistance Organization was a neutral party in the hero industry, assisting heroes ranging from support gear to business consultations to rehabilitation training. As such, their facilities were one of a kind. Hisashi led the two into the elevators and pressed the 26th floor button. It was only then that Izuku realized his father was bouncing on his heels like Izuku did when he was excited. So who are we meeting? Inko asked. Matthew Lewis and his family. I would consider him a friend of mine at this point. We've been working together on assignments for at least 2 years since he's also a quirk analyst. His family is in town as well since his younger daughters are on spring break right now. Hisashi's grin turned smug. His middle daughter is your age, Izuku. She's just been accepted into the same hero academy that her older sister and mother attended. Izuku felt his cheeks heat up at his father's indirect teasing but pushed through to the more important manner. So they're heroes? What are their quirks? Do I know them? Well, I suppose I'm not too familiar with American heroes, but then again if they are high enough in ranking, I might have seen them on the news. Have they dash? They will be more than happy to answer your questions, kiddo. They are used to it since Matt continues to geek out over his family's quirks. Have you been practicing your English? Izuku's silence spoke loudly. Hisashi sighed and ruffled his son's hair. It's fine. The girls speak a decent amount of Japanese. Their mother is originally from Japan, you know. The elevator dinged loudly, halting the conversation. Slowly, the metal doors opened to reveal a typical office floor of cubicles. Hisashi led them through the maze, shouting replies at other coworkers as they made their way towards the back offices. As they got closer to the private office that he knew was his father's, he noticed another set of people waiting nearby. The first thing Izuku noticed was the two women's costumes. Their designs were similar to each other, with the older woman decorated in silver and deep blue and the younger in gold and green. They both wore a long-sleeved top of spandex material that contrasted the flowing knee-length skirt and matching knee-length boots. What stood out the most though was the shining metal armor the women wore on their forearms, lower legs, and torso. He assumed that the design was based on the old comic heroine, Wonder Woman, but he couldn't be sure. The man and shorter girl next to them were in much more normal clothing, though both were still noticeable thanks to their silver hair. The quartet talked amongst themselves until Hisashi called out to the man in English. The silver-haired man looked at his father and grinned. Sashi, nice of you to join us. I'm assuming this is your wife and son. The man responded in English. Izuku managed to understand what was being said and quickly bowed once they reached the group. Hello, sir. I'm Izuku Midoriya. It's nice to meet you. Izuku stumbled through, frowning at how odd the words felt on his tongue. He really should start practicing English again. The man let out a laugh and clapped a heavy hand on Izuku's shoulder. Izuku suppressed the instinctual flinch just in time, keeping his eyes to the ground. What a polite kid you got. Not like my hellions, though Astra is better than the others. Would it be better for me to switch to Japanese? Hisashi looked at his son and took pity. Inko could keep up with conversations in English for the most part, but if Izu had stopped practicing, this might be more difficult for him. That is probably best. This is my lovely wife, Inko, and my son, Izuku. And this is my dear friend, Matthew Lewis. Mr. Lewis grinned at the two as he shook Inko's hand. Please call me Matt. My Japanese is pretty good thanks to my wife, but our daughters aren't as fluent so they may switch back and forth. He gestured towards the older woman at his side, her dark blue hair falling in perfect curls. This is my wife, Yumiko, or better known around the office as Ricochet. Her mini-me is my oldest daughter, Astra, or the newly debut hero, Echo. My youngest is spending break with my parents, so you are spared from her rampaging ways. The brat on the end is my middle daughter Maya. She's going to Artemis Academy this coming fall as a heroic student. We'll see if she survives the first year. The girl, Maya, stuck her tongue out at her father. I'm going to take Artemis Academy by storm. Izuku almost vibrated in excitement as he greeted each of them. Mrs. Lewis smirked. Oh, I know that look. You do analysis work like your father, right? You can ask us about our quirks if you'd like. We really don't mind. Not wasting a second, Izuku dug through his backpack that had functioned as a carry-on and pulled out a well-used notebook. Pencil in hand, he looked at the two before turning to Mrs. Lewis. What's your quirk, Lewis-san? The woman let out a laugh at that. Oh, I haven't heard that in years. Please call me Yumiko or this is about to become a very confusing conversation. The girls are fine with their first names as well. My quirk is also called Ricochet. Basically, I can redirect any projectile or quirked attack aimed at me into a ricochet pattern. If I concentrate hard enough, I can even make more complex ricochet paths. My quirk is similar to Mom's, Astra added. Mine's called Echo. I can create an echo of any attack directed towards me. I don't have to be hit by it, it just has to be in my general direction. And I can delay the echo for a bit, but it loses strength the longer I hold it. Izuku rushed to write down the new information. Hisashi watched as his son began to mutter under his breath potential questions about each of the quirks, making more notes as he went. He hadn't been able to watch his son's analysis in real time in years, and he was amazed by how fast Izuku's brain worked. The Lewises watched in equal amusement and awe at the young boy. Astra leaned over to her father. I haven't had anyone geek out about my quirk this much in years. Makes a girl feel special, you know? Her words knocked Izuku out of his spiral, and he flushed at the attention. Sorry about that. I know that it is a little creepy. Oh honey, you're fine. Yumiko waved off. They grew up with Matt as a father. This is nothing new to them. I didn't mean that negatively. I just meant that most of the analysts here already know our quirks and don't get excited anymore. It's flattering to have someone geek out about it. Again. Astra assured him. Matt stepped forward towards Izuku. Is that your analysis notebook? Izuku nodded shyly in response. Is it all right if I look at it? Sashi has told me that you do analysis as a hobby and I would love to see it. Izuku immediately shrank in on himself, pulling his notebook closer. He knew that Mr. Lewis probably wasn't going to destroy his work or laugh at him, but he never liked giving his notebook to people. Not when everyone else seemed weirded out by his entries. He already lost one notebook thanks to some kids back in elementary, but this one was a lot newer and had some of his favorite entries in it. A steady hand gripped his left shoulder and he looked up. His father gave him a reassuring smile and leaned down towards Izuku. It's okay, Izu. Matt loves seeing younger analysts work to help mentor them and find new ways to look at things. Jay, just be careful with it. I don't have all of the entries memorized yet. He mumbled. Matt shot Hisashi a worrying look for only a second before giving Izuku a small smile and taking the notebook carefully. Izuku held his breath as the man flipped through the entries, occasionally stopping to read one. His pale silver eyes quickly scanned the pages, never resting for a second. It's only once he reached the last page with his daughter and wife's quirks that he paused and looked back at Izuku. How long does it take for you to finish an entry? Like the one you did on Present Mic? It matters on how much F footage I can find and if I'm watching the fight in P-person. If there is a good amount of public information, maybe an hour or so. You underground heroes take longer. And you've never taken a course on quirk analysis or anything? No, sir. Matt let out a long whistle at that and handed Izuku his notebook back. That's impressive, kid. The quality of work is something I expect to see first and second-year analyst students doing. You have a real talent for it then. Are you planning on becoming an analyst like your dad? Izuku hesitated at that question. It probably wouldn't hurt to tell them the truth. And his parents still knew that he wanted to be a hero, so it wouldn't be a surprise to them. They couldn't say anything worse than what he's already heard at least. Not with his parents present. I actually want to become a hero, Izuku answered. That caused Astra and Maya to perk up in interest. Oh, that's exciting. Have you started training for your entrance exams? What's your quirk? Astra bounced forward, light blue curls bouncing along with her. She really did look like a copy of her mother, down to the pastel blue ringlets and dark blue eyes. Well, here's where everything goes downhill. Izuku braced himself for the inevitable reaction, smiling wobbly at the young hero. I don't have one. I'm quirkless. They fell into silence as the Lewises took in his words. Astra straightened up and tapped a finger to her chin in thought. Izuku saw Maya walk closer to him, silver eyes staring into his soul. The first one to speak was Matt, who let out a small snort. Big same as the kids say. Izuku blinked and turned towards Matt in surprise. You're quirkless? I used to have one actually, but there was an accident about 8 or 9 years ago where my quirk factor was completely destroyed. No more quirk after that. He shrugged his shoulders. I don't miss it much. It wasn't like I used it a lot to begin with. Astra nods in agreement. He's just as annoying now as he was back then. So training? Have you started? Izuku felt like his world had just shifted 3 inches to the left. None of them seemed to care that he was quirkless. Even more, an actual hero was still acting as if he could become one despite his lack of a quirk. No. You can train with me while you're here. Maya spoke up. Izuku turned to look at her with wide eyes. She shot him a smile and clasped her gloved hands together. I need a training partner for hand-to-hand, and since you're quirkless, I won't need to worry about affecting you with my quirk. It's perfect. Why your quirk? She walked closer to him, taking off her gloves in the process. My quirk is called Nullify. It's similar to the Japanese hero, Eraserhead. I can nullify any quirk I come in physical contact with. Sorry, my Japanese isn't the best. It works on mutation-based quirks too. So it's a little hard to find training partners. I can't turn it off, just lower the intensity. People say that it's very uncomfortable when I nullify their quirks, so with you not having one, we can train together. She stuck out her hand, palm facing upward. Is it okay for me to touch you? Izuku nodded and carefully set his palm in hers. A tiny voice in his head screamed at the thought of him interacting with a girl without making a complete fool of himself. Then again, he had only said one thing and still managed to stutter through it. He waited for something to happen, but instead, Maya just grinned. Your quirk factor is empty. It's just like how Grandpa's is. If you're planning on being a quirkless hero, you'll have to be skilled in hand-to-hand combat and weapons. I know that Japanese schools don't focus on that. At least not like American hero schools do, with their first year focused solely on learning those skills. Astra added. Turning towards Hisashi and Inko, she continued. If you'd like, I can oversee their training sessions down in the lower rooms here. Maya was already going to be doing that in the mornings while we were here, so having Izuku participate is no trouble. Inko looked over at her son and then back towards her husband. Hisashi shrugged his shoulders in deference to her. Sighing, she fiddled with the strap of her purse. Well, as long as I can supervise, I suppose it's okay. It won't be anything too dangerous, right? Oh no, just the basics. Conditioning, light sparring, cardio, maybe some weight training if there's time. Astra assured her. We can start tomorrow morning if Izuku is up for it? Izuku whipped around to look between his parents and Astra. A hero was offering to train him. They believed that he could become a hero if he trained hard enough. They didn't care that he was quirkless. It all seemed so unreal. An excited smile stretched across his face. Yes, I would love to. Taking a wheezing breath in, Izuku flopped onto the matted floor. It felt like he couldn't get enough air back into his lungs and his legs were already aching. Next to him, Maya calmly stretched her left leg. She gave him a concerned look. You okay, Izuku? Just trying to catch my breath. He wheezed out. She raised an eyebrow and switched legs. Man, you have no stamina. Don't worry though, it gets easier. The first week of Astra's training plan, I was dying every day. Now, it's more of a dull pain. Maya assured him. He looked up at her and gave her a weak smile. I'll be fine. Just give me a moment. You know, Astra called out from her seat at the edge of the bleachers. Inko sat next to her, watching Izuku with worrying eyes. If you're serious about becoming a hero, we have an uncle that lives near Mizudafu that could continue training you. Or at least find someone to help you out. Fair warning though, he can be a little cold. The word you're looking for is a-hole. Maya called back. Izuku stifled a laugh while Astra glared at her sister. Uncle Takuya isn't an a-hole. He just doesn't like to waste his time. And he prefers to teach older students. Now that he could breathe normally again, Izuku carefully pried himself off the floor and into a sitting position. Who's your uncle? Would I know him? Is he a hero like Yumiko-san? Maya sank into a side split with ease and shrugged at Izuku's question. Yeah, he's a hero. His name is Nakama Takuya, but you would probably know him as Snipe. He's Mom's brother, so we don't share a last name, but he might be able to help you. Your uncle is Snipe. Izuku whispered, his brain struggling to process this information. They were related to a well-known hero that taught at UA. They were offering to get in touch with him so that Izuku could learn under him. He could potentially be mentored by Snipe. I can see his brain smoking. Should we intervene? For all that is holy, give him a break, Maya. He's a hero fanboy. He probably has merch of Uncle Takuya and is trying to wrap his head around it. Oh, Izuku does have 1 or 2 pieces of merch for Snipe. Not too much though. All Might is his favorite. Inko interjected. Izuku rebooted at his mother's words and felt his face turn red. Mom, he whined. Inko gave him an innocent smile. Looking at Astra, he gave her a shy smile. It would be amazing to train under a hero like your uncle. Would he want to train a quirkless kid though? Astra snorted. I can assure you that if Uncle Takuya decides not to train you himself, it's not because you're quirkless. I'll talk to him about it and see what I can do. Clapping her hands once, she rose to her feet. Now, who's ready for part 2 of training? So can she control the extent of misfortune that she inflicts, or is it random? From the footage and her explanation, not consciously. If she has strong negative feelings when she activates her quirk, the effect is more potent and lasts longer. So most likely a mental block. I wonder if eye contact is necessary. Her eyes flash when it activates, so if she doesn't need eye contact, it would make her job a lot easier. Izuku watched as his dad and Matt went back and forth with ideas about their newest assignment. Hisashi had gotten permission from the higher-ups to let Izuku shadow him while he was working, on the condition of not breaking security clearances. Matt had volunteered to help with the shadowing process, though Izuku was now starting to realize that was just an excuse to hang out with the two of them. This was the first day he had been able to do so, despite already being in America a week. Izuku was all too aware of how fast time was passing and wanted to spend every moment he could with his father before they went home. Is this what you do all day? Izuku asked at the next lull in the conversation. Hisashi looked up from his writing and smiled cheekily. Typically it is a little more organized than just the two of us bouncing thoughts off each other, but yes. I'm in charge of doing the initial quirk analysis of new heroes that IHAO is sponsoring, like Cat Eye here, or heroes that seek out our services. Once I'm done, Matt takes my report and develops a program for the hero to test the limits of their quirk and see how they can improve. Most heroes after they graduate from school don't experiment with their quirks unless someone like us steps in to show them their true potential. Hisashi explained. There is another analyst in the department that helps them go over their results once they complete it, and they can go to our trainers to talk about how to incorporate their discoveries into their hero work. We currently have a 95% success rate of drastically improving rankings for heroes that take our advice and follow the program I design. Matt added. Izuku paused at that. So, how does the ranking in America work? I know that the country is separated into regions and that there are several ranking levels, but we never really learned about it before. Matt leaned forward and grabbed a sheet of paper from Hisashi. He looked over it briefly to make sure it wasn't important before grabbing a pen. So there are 3 levels of rankings: state, region, and nation. Every state does its own ranking based on a standard system, and popularity is still pretty important here. From each state, the top 200 heroes are then eligible for the regional ranking, though some of the smaller states only allow their top 50 or top 100 to go due to their size. We have 5 regions, so that's potentially 2,000 heroes that are regionally ranked per region. It's pretty impressive to be a regionally ranked hero, and you often get to travel throughout your region since you become known outside your state. As he spoke, he made the vague design of a tiered system. Now, regional rankings are decided by another standard point system, but popularity becomes less important at this level since it's very likely that some of these heroes aren't well known outside of their state. Your stats become more important. State rankings happen in March, and then regional rankings are announced in May. In those 2 months, you start to see a lot of stories popping up about the heroes up for regional rankings. It gets a little crazy. Sponsorship deals are made around this time too. It's a lucrative time for heroes that manage to get a spot on the regional ranking. Hisashi adds. Matt nods in agreement. The same thing happens in the national ranking. The top 200 from each region are eligible for national rankings, which leads to the national one. These heroes are often the ones that people know about. These heroes often get to do inter-regional work after rankings are announced. There isn't too much movement in the national 1000 year to year, but it's still interesting to watch the announcements in September. Izuku nodded in understanding. With how large of a country America is, it made sense that they had a tiered system, but he couldn't imagine how many heroes there actually were throughout the country. A thought ran through his head and he bit his lip. So has there ever been a quirkless hero in America? Yes, several. Matt answered automatically. He snorts at something. There's actually one right now that is close to breaking the top 300 in the Western regional ranking. I wouldn't be surprised if Foxglove didn't end up on the national 1000 within the next 2 years at the rate he's going. I still think it was a smart move on his part to settle in Las Vegas. Less competition than other states in the Western region. With his capture rate, he would have ranked in any state. California is oversaturated with heroes. Even with his track record, I doubt he could break 400 in that state. He chose well when he moved to Vegas. Izuku caught most of what they were saying, but his mind was swirling with questions. There was a quirkless hero. There had been several quirkless heroes before. He could do this. Being the first was daunting, but if there were others like him, then he could definitely do this. So how did he become a hero? Matt grinned at that. Oh, I love his origin story. So, he was accepted into one of the top hero academies in the country, but as a support student initially. His inventions were truly impressive, especially his quirk replication items. No one had tried something like that before, and I haven't really heard of someone doing it besides him. Either way, while in the support course, he built his gear until he had a full outfit. And then he became a vigilante. Hisashi interrupted. Which is still illegal, Matt. How can he be a vigilante without a quirk? That's the law. Matt argued. Either way, he made a public spectacle of himself to the point that the Hero Commission of his state stepped in and offered to make him a hero if he went into the vigilante program and passed. The rest is history at this point. Do vigilante laws only cover quirk usage? That seems rather short-sighted. Then again, it wouldn't be the first time quirkless people were underestimated. Izuku mused to himself. A hero that used support gear instead of quirks, like the old comics. It shouldn't seem as outlandish as it did. How does he defend himself against powerful quirks? I mean, between his support gear and his weapon mastery, he's pretty hard to beat. There's been a few poor matchups, but every hero deals with that. Hisashi snorted at that. I'm sure the fact that guns are his main weapon of choice and his lack of hesitation to use them probably helps. At least he uses them in a non-lethal manner whenever possible. It's effective, isn't it? Matt shot back. He turned to look at Izuku and leaned forward. Let me tell you something, Izuku. Quirks are amazing and have changed our society so much, but we are still very much human. People forget that, and nothing reminds them better than them getting shot in the leg and then a roundhouse kick to the face. There's not many quirks that can go head-to-head with a gun and someone willing to use it. Izuku tried to sort through the information presented to him. Could he actually shoot someone? Or even stab them? It seemed underhanded in a way, but then again, people like Kaken were literally walking bombs. A weapon was only leveling the playing field, in a way. His thoughts were interrupted by a loud ringing from his father's desk. Hisashi answered without hesitation, listening for only a second before confirming something and hanging up. From the sad look on his face, Izuku knew that his time was up. Hey, kiddo, Matt and I are needed for an emergency meeting right now. I think the girls are still in the training facilities if you want to join them. Oh, okay, I'll go hang out with them. I think Mom was having lunch with Yumiko-san anyway. Izuku felt guilty for letting his disappointment be so audible, but he couldn't help it. He wanted to spend as much time with his dad as possible, even if it was during work. Hisashi took one look at his son's face and sighed. Standing up, he lightly ruffled his messy green curls. How about this? After work today, I'll take you and your mother out to some of the sites, and then tomorrow, we can tour that new hero exhibit at the museum after your training session. Does that sound like a fair deal? He offered. Izuku's eyes lit up at his words and rapidly nodded. Appeased, Izuku stood up and took off towards the elevators, shouting goodbye as he went. The two men waited till the elevator doors closed before leaving the room themselves. Thankfully, the meeting room was on the same floor. As they walked through the halls, Matt nudged his friend. Izuku's level of analysis is impressive. Dangerously impressive for someone his age. He stated calmly. Hisashi sighed. I know. He should probably start encoding his entries, especially if he is insistent on carrying that notebook around. He hesitated for a second before continuing. Am I a bad father for not completely supporting his dream of being a hero? I would never discourage him, not when he gets enough of that from everyone else, but we've both seen how Foxglove's career has progressed. I'm worried that this dream of his is going to lead him to an early grave or worse. Matt patted his friend's shoulder. I worry about this with my wife and kids, so I understand. But if my brother-in-law takes over Izuku's training, you won't have anything to worry about. Takuya would never send a student into the field if he wasn't completely sure they would survive, and he's not one to sugarcoat things. A smile crept onto Matt's face. Pushing him towards the support course wouldn't be a bad idea, though. The support course? Hisashi took note of the growing crowd as they got closer to the meeting room. That was what prompted the language change. With a mind like his, he would excel. Izuku has never been interested in machines. I highly doubt that he would go for building gear instead of becoming a hero. Playfully shaking his friend's shoulder, Matt chuckled. Sashi, what a narrow idea of support courses. We're classified as the support industry after all. Besides, he could always go into hacking and computer work. Lord knows we need more competent people behind the screens. That's not too bad of an idea. Hisashi thought to himself, a smile growing on his face. Yes, that could work out quite well for Izuku. I'll have to mention it to him later. Izuku felt the air forcefully leave his lungs as he is slammed on the floor. He attempted to jump up, but Maya quickly straddled him and pressed her forearm on his throat. Not hard enough to hurt, but enough for him to know he isn't getting out of this. Not with how hard it is to breathe already. At least Maya was also struggling as much as he was to catch her breath. Izuku tapped the floor twice and the pressure on his throat is removed immediately. Maya took her time getting back on her feet before offering him a helping hand. Both of them groan as they get to their feet. In front of them, Astra nodded in approval. "You're a quick learner, I'll give you that. There were several times where you almost got Maya this time." "Yeah, that was a lot harder to win than last week. If you keep this momentum up, I'd be surprised if you didn't get into the hero course," Maya added, leaning forward to rest her hands on her knees. Izuku had less dignity at stake and chose to sit back down on the floor. "I still feel leagues behind Maya-san though. I'm so slow compared to her and I still can't keep up with her fighting style," he whined. Looking over at Maya, he scrunched his nose in frustration. "I've studied dozens of fighting styles for over 100 heroes and I've never seen anything like it." "I'm taking that as a compliment." Astra sighed. "Speed and strength comes with time and practice. You have to develop the basic skills and learn the foundations of combat before you can build on it. You just have to be patient. Don't worry about my style and definitely don't emulate it," Maya added, sitting down next to him. Astra handed both of them some water and they guzzled it down like they had just finished wandering the Sahara. "It's not something you could use safely. I based my entire fighting style around my immunity to quirks. I get in close and get as physical as possible without worrying about repercussions. It would be reckless for anyone else." Izuku nodded, his mind already working a mile a minute to analyze the past few sparring sessions with the information in mind. That put a lot of things in perspective. "You want to develop a style like Maya's? Go back and study different heroes that are known for their hand-to-hand combat skills and see what you like. Combine them, try it out, fix what doesn't work. Since you're quirkless, you aren't trapped into a specific style already, so you have more options," Astra added. Izuku opened his mouth to ask more questions when the door to the training facility swung open. Inko walked in, eyes flitting between the three before landing on Izuku. "Honey, we need to head back to the apartment if you want to change before we go see that exhibit your father was talking about. That was the last round, right?" At the mention of the exhibit, Izuku scrambled to his feet and nodded in affirmation at his mother's question. The three women stared at him with amusement as he rushed to grab his things before pushing his mom out the door. The sisters shared a look. "I think Uncle Takuya is gonna like him. I think Uncle Takuya is gonna eat him alive. $10. Oh, you're on." Hisashi thought that their last dinner together should be special and so reservations were made for the three of them to go to the court tower. Izuku knew it was fancier than he or his mother was used to based on the fact that they had to dress up to be allowed in. He tugged at his sleeve cuffs nervously as the waitress took their orders. Izuku was aware that one of the biggest reasons his dad moved to America for work was because of how good the pay was. He had made decent money when Izuku was younger, but he was pretty sure that the promotion had almost doubled his salary. The Midoriyas weren't ones to talk about finances openly, but Izuku had never had to worry about money. He knew that his father was paying for all of their necessities, as well as paying for his own life in America and that they were living comfortably. His mom had gotten a part-time job once he entered middle school mostly to not go insane at home alone, splurging occasionally on either hero memorabilia for him or books for herself. Regardless, they never went out to places like this and Izuku felt like he stuck out like a sore thumb. The good thing about places like this was that service was relatively fast and soon enough, Izuku could zone in on the mouth-watering food. Training with Maya and Astra had really taken a toll on his appetite and he felt like he was constantly hungry. Then again, maybe it was also a sign of a growth spurt. A boy could hope. "Enjoying it, kiddo?" Hisashi asked, amusement evident in his voice. Izuku looked up from his plate. Yeah. I didn't realize how hungry I was. Training took a lot more out of me, I guess." Izuku admitted. "How is that coming along?" "Matt says that Maya is sad to lose her sparring partner." Izuku snorted. "I think she's just sad that she's not going to be able to slam me onto the ground anymore. I haven't been able to win a spar this entire time." "Well, I'd be surprised if you did after only a week and a half of training. Maya got accepted into her academy by winning a sparring tournament that they hold for recommendation students," Hisashi explained, taking his time to cut his steak. "You'll get there though. It was then that Inko spoke up for the first time. About that. I'm nervous about this whole training situation. I've seen their sparring sessions and looked into that quirkless hero you told me about, and I can't help but feel concerned about Izuku's safety in all of this. She spoke carefully. Izuku's stomach twisted at her words and he put down his fork. Mom, fine. The worst thing that has happened so far is a bruise or two. Izuku said. He hated how meek he sounded, but he already knew that this was going to be a rough conversation. Inko clasped her hands together in an effort to stop her habit of fidgeting. Now, but what about when you spar against someone with a physical quirk? What is going to happen when you have to fight a villain? Maya isn't affected by quirks, so she can be confident about going into a fight just using hand-to-hand combat. You don't have a quirk like that to depend on, Izuku. Honey dash. No Sashi, you don't get it. I've loved spending this time with the three of us, but tomorrow, it goes back to just being me and Izuku. Alone. I don't know if my heart can handle the thought of him being in constant danger. Not alone. Inko snapped at her husband. Izuku kept his eyes glued to his plate. It seemed that Inko had been thinking about this for a while. He knew that she was a warrior at heart, but he thought that her seeing how training sessions were would put her at ease. It seemed to have done the opposite. Hisashi reached over the table and grasped her hands within his. Slowly, he pried her fingers apart until he could hold her hands within his. The Lewises wouldn't have given Izuku any hope if they thought he couldn't handle it. And Yumiko wouldn't have reached out to her brother and asked him to meet Izuku if she wasn't confident in his abilities. And Snipe hasn't agreed to train me yet, Izuku added. Maya-san said that he was willing to see my potential, but that he wasn't sure if he wanted to take on a personal student. And the hero Foxglove Dash has been hospitalized 5 times in the past 9 months. Inko interrupted. Izuku shrank back at that. I'm just worried. I know that this is your dream, Izuku, but I'm scared. I can't watch you get hurt over and over again. I'm sorry. The words were barely a whisper. Izuku wasn't even sure if he had actually said it until he saw both of his parents freeze. Inko sighed. Pulling her hands away, she wiped the beginnings of tears from her eyes. She took a deep breath to try to center herself. Just please keep my feelings in mind. I'm not going to stop you from meeting with Yumiko-san's brother, but I want to talk with him if he decides to mentor you. And if I don't like what he has to say dash. I understand, Mom. Izuku agreed readily. She gave him a weak smile and turned back to her plate. After a few more tense seconds, Hisashi cleared his throat. So are you excited for the coming school year? This time they arrived at the airport with a small group to see them off. The Lewises were insistent to see them off and Inko was too tired to try and shoo them away. So instead, Izuku and Inko turned to say their goodbyes to more than just Hisashi. They kept their farewells short, knowing that the flight home was going to be particularly draining. The time zones would once again catch Izuku off guard. They would end up losing an entire day in transit, making Izuku miss the first day back. He wasn't particularly torn up about that though. It was lovely to meet both of you. I can see why Hisashi misses Japan so much if you two are waiting for him there. Yumiko told both of them. Her arms were wrapped around her own husband, seeing that they would be separating soon as well. Ricochet's agency was located in Houston and the girls would be returning home the following day. Hopefully, we can meet again soon. If you are ever in our area of Japan, let us know. I would be happy to host you. Inko offered. Astra stepped forward and ruffled Izuku's hair playfully. Take care of yourself now. I'm looking forward to telling people that I trained the first quirkless hero in Japan. Oh, of course, Astra-san. Thank you so much for your help. Izuku responded, beaming up at the young heroine. Maya elbowed her sister out of the way and made a grabbing motion towards Izuku. Give me your phone. Izuku knew better than to argue with Maya about things like this. He handed the device over and she quickly began typing something in. He couldn't stop the anxiety of letting someone use his possessions, but he knew Maya wouldn't do anything hurtful. The silver-haired girl paused her typing and nodded in satisfaction. You now have Uncle Takuya's contact information. Once you land, send him a quick text to schedule your audition with him. She handed his phone back with a flourish. I also put my contact info in. Don't be a stranger and keep in touch. Izuku nodded rapidly, staring at his phone in wonder. He had a pro hero's number. A pro hero that worked at UA and agreed to meet with him. He hoped this wasn't an elaborate dream. Izuku pocketed his phone and turned to the last person. His mother was already in his father's arms, her sniffles muffled by his shirt. This was the worst part of seeing his father again. Saying goodbye and having to travel half a world away. Izuku's feet moved without thought until he was standing right in front of his parents. Hisashi took one look at him and pulled him into the hug. Any attempt at holding back tears was out of the window at that. I love you both so much. I'm sorry that we aren't able to see each other more. Hisashi whispered. I promise that we'll be together again soon. I'm not going to let 5 years pass by again, okay? Inko pulled away and wiped her face to the best of her ability. She looked up at her towering husband. I love you too, Sashi. Please take care of yourself. Until next time. Until next time. His reassurance was followed by a sweet kiss before Inko pulled away with the excuse of checking in their bags. Once she walked away, Hisashi knelt in front of Izuku. His fingers carefully wiped away the tear tracks on his son's face as he gave him a sad smile. I don't want to leave you again. I know. I miss you. Mom misses you. I know. It's not fair. Izuku's voice broke at the last line. Hisashi pulled him into another hug at that. Life's not fair, Izuku. You know that better than anyone. I'm sorry that I'm so far away, but I want you to remember something, okay? Izuku nodded softly. I love you so much. No matter what you do, I will always be proud of you. As long as you continue to follow your heart, I will support you in any way I can. Okay? A wobbly smile found its way onto his face. He kept his head tucked into his father's shoulder as he replied. Hey, dude. Love you. Until next time? Until next time. 1657. Hello. I am Midoriya Izuku. Maya-san gave me your number. I just got back to Japan and was wondering, when would be a good time for me to meet you? No rush. I understand the beginning of the school year is pretty hectic with you being a teacher and all. Pro Hero Snipe. 1923. Wednesday after my last class works best. Will that be enough time for you to recover? From traveling? 1924. Yes, sir, I should be fine by then. Pro Hero Snipe. 1927. Great. I will pick you up directly from your school for security reasons. What school do you attend? 1930. Aldra Junior High. Pro Hero Snipe. 1947. I will be in civilian clothing to attract less attention. I am also signing you out of your last PRD if you could inform your guardians. For me, I look forward to seeing if you are like how my sister described. Read at 1948. Wednesday morning came early for Izuku. His first day back had gone as well as he expected, with a few harsh verbal jabs and a small incident with Kaken that ended in a small bruise on his shoulder from making impact with the wall. That helped solidify his decision to try and train some outside of whatever he potentially ended up doing with a mentor. Maya had forced him to join her on morning jogs around the facility, claiming that it was a great way to start the day. He had doubts about that claim, but it had proved to be a good way to build his stamina and speed gradually. So morning runs were going to become a daily thing for him, starting with Wednesday morning. He took it slow to begin with, partly because he was still tired from the flight and partly because he didn't want to waste too much energy when he was meeting Snipe today. Despite his lingering jet lag and the morning run, he was still filled with nervous energy as the school day progressed. He had already been called out by teachers twice for his fidgeting, and it was only getting worse as the day came to a close. He knew that Kaken was only becoming more and more agitated with him and was grateful that Snipe was pulling him out early. Maybe the daily runs would make it easier to avoid his childhood bully in the future. That was more than enough motivation to continue. Izuku's thoughts came to a screeching halt at the soft knock at their classroom door. The teacher paused their lecture and walked to the door quickly. Whispers began to spread through the classroom for the short minute that the teacher stepped into the hallway. The door slipped back open and the teacher zoned in on Izuku. Midoriya, gather your things. You are needed at the front desk. Izuku jumped into action, throwing his school supplies haphazardly into his bag. He was out of the door faster than anyone expected of him, leaving with only a quick bow to his teacher. The trip to the front desk was too long and too short. His heart felt like it was going to burst from his chest when he finally rounded the last corner and stopped dead in his tracks. Leaning against the counter and soundly ignoring the receptionist's attempts at conversation was a tall man with dark blue dreadlocks pulled back to keep them out of his face. He was darker than Yumiko-san, but they shared the same athletic build. At the sound of his footsteps, the man looked up at Izuku with dark blue eyes. The family resemblance was clear as day. "Oh good, you're here. We'll be taking our leave now," Snipe stated in a casual tone. The receptionist gave both of them a fake smile and half-heartedly wished them a good day. Izuku fell into step with Snipe easily, making sure to keep his head down as they exited the school. They were rather relaxed about a stranger signing you out. Izuku rubbed the back of his neck. "Yeah, they aren't particularly worried about most things when it comes to me," he answered carefully. Snipe hummed in response but didn't say anything. Instead, he led Izuku towards the nearest train station. Snipe-san dash. Call me Nakama-san when I'm in civilian clothing. It attracts less attention." "Why is sir? I, was just wondering where we were going." Snipe nodded as they scanned the train schedule. "You at the facilities there will be enough to let me see your potential." "Just you at casually just going to my dream school to potentially be mentored by a pro hero. Is this my life right now?" Izuku wanted to ask a billion questions about UA but held them in. He needed to make a good impression and his ramblings weren't going to do that. That would have to wait till later. Their train soon arrived and Izuku stuck close to the pro hero. It was nowhere near as busy as it usually was, but he had never taken a train at this time on a school day before. They took a seat towards the end of the car, positioned within eyesight of each of the exits. A stray thought passed through Izuku's mind and he paused. Well, asking couldn't hurt. Are you armed even in civilian clothing? I know pros sometimes get caught up in fights when they're off duty, but I never considered if you could carry support gear or weapons whenever. Izuku asked tentatively. Snipe gave him a considering look before carefully moving his jacket to show a holstered gun on his right hip. In order to carry while off duty, I had to obtain the proper licenses, but the process was faster due to my profession. Most pros don't wear their gear out of costume to not draw attention to themselves, but a few of my colleagues will keep their main weapon of choice on them. Eraserhead, for example, always has his capture weapon on him. Snipe explained, letting his jacket go to cover the weapon once again. There aren't many times off duty that my presence is necessary. I just prefer to have it on me. Izuku nodded, making a note to add those tidbits to his Snipe and Eraserhead entries. Those should be in number 10 if he remembers correctly. Snipe looked at Izuku once more. Do you have your analysis notebook on you? Am I notebook? My brother-in-law mentioned you did analysis work in your free time. Said your work was good, especially for someone your age. I wanted to take a look at it. Snipe stated simply. Izuku nodded hesitantly and began to shuffle around his bag for his notebook. He hadn't thought that Matt-san would bring that up to Snipe. He gently took the well-worn notebook out of his bag and handed it over. He was getting towards the second half on number 13 and would have to buy a new one soon. Snipe flipped through the book carefully, occasionally stopping to read certain entries. He took longer on the entries of the Lewises, clearly focusing on Izuku's work. I really isn't anything as special. Matt-san was very kind about my work, but it's nothing compared to his and my dad's. Izuku stammered out, cheeks flushing. Snipe didn't respond to his words. He simply closed the notebook and handed it back to Izuku. Remind me to come back to this after your assessment. This is our stop. The rest of their trip to UA was in silence, only making Izuku more nervous about his upcoming assessment. Did he have what it took to impress a pro hero after training for less than 2 weeks? He didn't have a powerful quirk to rely on. Everything he did today was based solely on his skills and determination. That had never been enough before, so what had changed over the past 2 weeks? His spiraling. Thoughts came to a halt as the towering UA gates came into view. He had seen pictures of UA, but this was his first time seeing it in person. The main building was impressive by itself, but Izuku knew that the sprawling UA campus wasn't seen by many outsiders. They walked through the UA gates, Snipe waving at one of the cameras as they did. Izuku thought that was weird, but maybe it was a security measure since he was bringing a guest on campus? UA security was infamous. I can hear your gears turning in that head of yours, partner. Come on, we're heading towards Gym Beta. You can change in the adjourning locker room and we'll begin the assessment. Snipe interrupted his train of thought. Izuku flushed at his words and nodded rapidly. What will I be doing today? Forward to the assessment. That question caused Snipe to smirk and Izuku felt a shiver creep down his spine. That was the same expression Astra had when she made them do suicide sprints as punishment. I want you to run a similar obstacle course to the one we reserve for our hero course recommendation exam to test your flexibility, strength, speed, and strategy. Then we'll spar for a few rounds to test your basic combat skills. I'll make my decision then. Oh good, I'm going to die. Izuku nodded and took a deep breath. He could do this. At the very least, he was going to put his all into it and hope for the best. This was the chance of a lifetime and he wasn't going to ruin it for himself. Ready, cowboy? Yep, let's do this. Izuku let out a small groan as he made contact with the floor again, but rolled to the side and got back on his feet before Snipe could pin his arms. Is that a Nakama family move or something? They circled each other slowly. Izuku knew this round was going to end soon, and not with a win in his favor. His body was tired from the 1.5 kilometers obstacle course he had to run, and the past 2 rounds of sparring hadn't done him any favors. At least he had figured out the basics of Snipe's fighting style now. He wasn't as chaotic as Maya had been, but Izuku still didn't know how to beat him. He just knew how to dodge and survive. I'm assuming Maya used that on you before? Yumi was always partial to that takedown, so it would make sense for her to pass it on to her daughters. Snipe answered, a ghost of a smile on his face. You've lasted much longer this round. Pattern recognition is something I'm good at. Izuku brushed off. He dodged to the left as Snipe moved to grapple him once more. That was close. You don't typically fight hand-to-hand. Not my specialty, but you've met my sister. Quirk sparring was out of the question for us, so we made do with hand-to-hand combat whenever we needed practice. Heroes need versatility to survive. Izuku nodded and decided that it was time to get this over with. He knew this was going to backfire, but he couldn't keep dodging. Taking a deep breath, he darted forward, keeping low, and attempted to strike Snipe's left side with his elbow. Snipe caught his arm and Izuku took that distraction to hook Snipe's ankle with his foot and kick it out from underneath him. They fell onto the floor together, and Izuku smiled at the grunt of pain that escaped from Snipe right before he twisted and pinned Izuku. He tapped the mat twice in defeat and Snipe rose to his feet. Good job, partner. Need a minute? Izuku nodded in relief and closed his eyes. He was going to be sore tomorrow. He should look into some self-care routines for recovering from injuries and training sessions if this was going to be a normal thing for him. He heard movement to his left and turned to see Snipe seated next to him with a water bottle outstretched. Izuku gratefully took the bottle and sat up. He took his time drinking the water, very aware that Snipe was studying him. This was the end of his assessment. Snipe was going to make his decision and potentially give Izuku the chance to become a hero. I asked you earlier why you wanted to be a hero and what you thought being a hero meant. Do you know why I asked you those kinds of questions? Snipe asked suddenly. Izuku put the bottle down and tilted his head in confusion. To understand my motivations for wanting to do this? Snipe snorted. Yes, but the more important reason is to see if you were a student that I could tolerate. I don't teach younger students for a very good reason, Midoriya. Most first years come to us with a rose-tinted view of heroics. They're young and aren't able to deal with my type of teaching style because they are still under the assumption that life is supposed to be fair. You are very aware of how unfair life is, aren't you? Yes, sir. Not all men are created equal. I learned that when I was 4. Izuku answered back, sadness dripping in his words. Snipe nodded in understanding. You got some real grit, partner. Any of my third-year students will tell you that I am a brutal teacher when it comes to heroics. I expect my students to understand that I'm preparing them to be able to survive the daily struggles heroes face every time they go into a fight. The next 10 months between now and entrance exam season will put you through hell and back, but I'll train you if that's what you want. Izuku could feel the tears welling up in the corners of his eyes as he nodded rapidly in acceptance. Why yes, of course. Thank you so much for this opportunity. Don't thank me yet. This is only the beginning. Snipe reached to his side and pulled out a blank calendar and pencil. I'm going to be in complete control of your next 10 months, starting with a new diet plan to help you build muscle and keep up with the amount of exercise you will be doing. I hope you like the morning runs Maya put you through because that is now a part of your daily routine. Mondays and Fridays will be combat training and physical conditioning in this gym with me and a colleague of mine. You will go to my friend's studio on Tuesdays and Thursdays to work on your flexibility and body awareness through gymnastics and dance training. Saturdays will be weapon training with me. You will need to get comfortable with them quickly if you plan to enter the hero course. Izuku's head spun at the instructions and he was glad that Snipe seemed to be writing all of this down on that calendar. It was a little overwhelming to hear his new schedule, but he had 10 months to catch up with everyone who had been using their quirks for 10 years. It made sense that it would be this strict. My mom wanted to have a conversation with you if you decided to mentor me. To go over everything with her? Snipe hummed in acknowledgement. I should hope so. I can meet with her Saturday after your training if that suits her. How would you feel about learning more about the support course? You could easily enter UA as a support student with that analysis of yours. Dad did mention learning more about support, and Foxglove did start out as a support student. But, is it possible to change courses after entering UA? There are ways to transfer in and out of the departments if you're willing to put in the work. Snipe answered cryptically. Izuku bit his lip. I wouldn't mind learning more about support, I guess. It would probably be useful to know the basics at least. He relented. Snipe paused to look at his new student, his piercing gaze making Izuku want to squirm slightly. If you don't like it, we can always change your schedule. For now though, you will report to the support labs on Wednesdays. Izuku watched as the pro hero continued to write down a few more notes on the page before rising to his feet and offering Izuku help. So when does this start? Tomorrow. Go home and get some rest. I'll send you the address to my friend's studio. Takuya walked his new protege to the UA gates before saying goodbye to the nervous boy. He watched as Midoriya made his way to the train station, turning once the boy was out of sight. He had several things to do before tomorrow, and that started with a visit to Nedu's office. He walked the complex path to the office with ease. As always, the door swung open before he could even knock. So the rat bear was waiting for him as he thought. I will need a guest ID made for Midoriya to have access to campus. I assume you want to meet him at some point as well. There was no reason to stall. Takuya had come to accept that there was no stopping Nedu from doing as he pleased. It was better for everyone to just accept the hybrid's eccentric ways and move on. He quick took a seat and grabbed the prepared teacup set in front of him. Nedu didn't react to his blunt nature, which was fair, considering Takuya was one of the first teachers Nedu hired when he became principal over a decade ago. He was more than used to the other man's gruff way of operating. Of course. I'll have one ready for him by tomorrow morning so that you can pass that along to him. If I may though, why did you decide to take on a personal student? Especially one like young Midoriya? You haven't taken on a personal student in several years, and not one so young. Yumi made a convincing case for the kid. He answered, shrugging casually. He has potential, it just needs to be nurtured. But why you specifically? I'm sure you know others you could refer him to. In fact, Eraser expelled his entire class this year and would probably take him on. I thought you didn't like beginners. Takuya took a long sip of his tea as he turned over his response in his head. I'll leave it at personal reasons if that's all right with you, Sheriff. Nedu hummed in contemplation but didn't prod anymore. And why offer the support course when the boy wants to be a hero? His analysis skills are advanced for someone of his age and background. I want to make sure that he doesn't push those skills to the wayside in an attempt to become a hero. Additionally, he has a better chance in the support exams than the hero entrance exam if we are using our typical tests. Takuya refused to acknowledge the rat's ability to know everything said in the school. Frankly, the amount of surveillance at UA was atrocious and not something he wanted to dwell on. I would love to take a look at his analysis. For curiosity's sake only. At least give me 5 months before you try and steal him away. I'll give you I wouldn't be surprised if some of the other teachers try to spirit him away once they meet him. He's very bright. Can't argue with that. Takuya finished his tea and set the cup down gently. If you'll excuse me, that was all I needed to say. Takuya said, getting to his feet. Nedu pet his head in visible curiosity. So soon? I have a few more stops to make before tomorrow comes. See you around, Sheriff. Takuya took his leave without waiting for a response. Yes, there was a lot to set up and little time to do it. He took a turn down the first-year corridor. First stop, classroom 1A. He wasn't sure what he expected when Snipe had given him the address for the dance and gymnastics studio his friend ran, but this building definitely wasn't it. Firstly, it was a 2-story building in a family-friendly neighborhood. Secondly, the sign outside clearly said ballet and gymnastics. Izuku gripped the straps of his bag tighter and took a deep breath. Maybe they taught a different type of dance as well. There was only one way to find out. The jingling sound of a bell announced his entrance into the studio. It was empty, save for a woman behind the front desk in a black leotard with her neon green hair pulled into a bun. She looked him over as he approached the desk. Is Araki Hanami here? He asked, wincing at the slight squeak of his voice. The woman raised a manicured eyebrow at him. That would be me. You must be the boy that Nakama-kun was telling me about. I assume you brought a change of clothes? Izuku nodded slowly. Good. Go get changed and meet me in the bar room at the end of the hall. We'll start there. She pointed him towards the locker room and he scurried inside. Oh, he was definitely about to learn ballet. Izuku shivered at that thought as he changed into his exercise clothing. This shouldn't be more daunting than combat training, but he knew this was probably going to hurt more than anything else. Once completely changed and feeling out of place in his basketball shorts and t-shirt, Izuku made his way down the hall and into what he assumed was the bar room. Akari-san was going through a series of stretches at the bar that made several parts of Izuku's body hurt just watching her. When he entered, she returned to a standing position and motioned him to move backward. First order of business. Never wear normal shoes in my ballet rooms. You will always change into your ballet shoes before walking on these floors. When we do gymnastics, you may wear your normal shoes, but these rooms are sacred to me. She instructed. He frantically backed up into the doorway, an apology stammering out of his mouth. Secondly, here is your first pair of shoes. This is the only pair I will provide you, so you may want to invest in other pairs when these start getting worn out. She tossed him a pair of simple black ballet flats and stared at him expectantly. Izuku scrambled to change into the shoes as quickly as possible, pausing only to silently ask if he needed to keep his socks on. Akari-san shook her head and tapped her foot on the ground. Finally, he was confident that he had secured the shoes and he stepped back into the room. These shoes were definitely going to take some getting used to. Akari-san nodded in satisfaction. You may also want to invest in several pairs of tights for our dance classes, and ballet socks if the shoes feel uncomfortable to you right now. Now, Nakama-kun entrusted me to train you in both gymnastics and the basics of ballet to better your flexibility and body awareness. You will also be learning how to move gracefully and fluidly. Tuesdays will be gymnastics and Thursdays will be ballet, but I expect you to practice outside of our lessons. You will also need to do daily stretching to help your muscles in between sessions. Do I make myself clear? Why yes, sensei? Akari-san grinned at his expression, sending a shiver down his spine. Yeah, this was definitely going to be harder than combat training. Good. Now, let's start with a warm-up and some stretching. Today is going to be fun. Friday. Izuku stared at the shiny new ID in hand as he crossed the UA gate. After their lesson was over and Izuku felt like he had been run over by a truck, Araki-sensei had given him his guest ID to UA with the instructions to meet Snipe the following day. The ID was his new prized possession. He wasn't as sore as he thought he would be from his first ballet lesson, but his legs definitely felt a lot heavier today. The walk from the train station had taken longer than it should have. He really needed to look at some self-care routines when he got home, or he wasn't going to be able to keep up with the physical demand of his new schedule. Izuku carefully made his way to Gym Beta, occasionally checking to see if he was on the right path. UA was so much bigger than he thought, and he was already preparing to get lost at least 5 times in the coming weeks. Soon enough, he reached the doors of Gym Beta and went inside after one deep breath. First day of combat training. One day closer to becoming a hero. The first thing he noticed when he entered the gym was that Snipe was in his hero costume today. The fanboy part of Izuku was excited to see it up close since his costume was one of the more complex ones that made catching the details in new clips hard. The second thing was that he was talking to a scruffy-looking man that oozed the feeling of exhaustion. Izuku hesitated at the door long enough for Snipe to look up and notice him. "Midoriya, come over here. I want to introduce you to someone," Snipe called out. Izuku rushed over to Snipe's side, not taking his eyes off the stranger. He looked familiar. There was something about him that was nagging at Izuku's subconscious that made him wonder where he had seen the man before. "This is a colleague of mine, Aizawa Shoyuda. He's one of the first-year heroics teachers and an accomplished underground hero." The words, underground hero, unlocked the knowledge that had been at the edge of Izuku's mind, and his eyes widened as he realized who was standing in front of him. "You're Eraserhead, the Erasure hero. It's an honor to meet you. Wow, I never thought I would get to see you in person. I have so many questions about your quirk. Does it work off reflective surfaces, or do you have to have direct sight on someone? If you can use mirrors, could you erase your own quirk? And that's your capture weapon. I figure you can't tell me about the actual makeup of the weapon, but how did you get the idea of it? Did you teach yourself to use it, or dash?" A chuckle from Snipe brought him back to reality, and Izuku snapped his mouth shut, his cheeks filling with color. Aizawa gave him an appraising look and raised an eyebrow at the green-haired boy. "How did you know I was Eraserhead? Most people don't know my name or what I look like since I'm underground," he asked simply. Izuku looked at the ground in a bashful way. I follow a lot of hero forums in my free time and saw a video clip of you fighting alongside Present Mike 3 years ago. The one in the Warehouse D District? I thought it was so cool that you basically fight quirkless, so I tried to find out everything I could about you. I actually have an entry of you in one of my older analysis notebooks. So yeah." Izuku winced at his stutter, but Aizawa said nothing about it. Instead, he nodded at Izuku's explanation and turned back to Snipe. "Have you talked to Nedu about him yet?" A sigh left Snipe's mouth. "Yes. He's giving me 4 months. How generous of him." Izuku looked between the two pro-heroes in confusion. Why would the principal of UA need to know about him? What was happening in 4 months? Should he be concerned for his own safety? Maybe Snipe had made a deal with Principal Nedu in exchange for using UA facilities? He didn't voice these questions aloud. Izuku had a feeling that he wouldn't get a straight answer if he asked anyway. "Aizawa will be assisting me in your hand-to-hand combat training since that is his area of expertise. He recently had a large portion of his schedule magically clear up, so he was kind enough to help me out." Snipe explained. "I'm going to be trained by the Eraserhead. Eraserhead is going to teach me hand-to-hand combat." Izuku knew that he probably had stars in his eyes at that announcement, but Aizawa once again didn't acknowledge it. "How long have you been training?" Izuku flushed at that question. "Only about 2 weeks?" Aizawa pinched the bridge of his nose at that and let out a sigh. "Okay then, let's see what I'm working with then. Get into position." Saturday. Izuku bit back another groan as he shuffled back into Gym Beta. He was glad that he could at least wear comfortable clothing today, evident by his All Might-themed sweatshirt and his favorite pair of jeans. Snipe looked at him and chuckled. Izuku couldn't see his mentor's face, but he knew that it was probably the signature Nakama smirk that he was getting used to seeing. It was a little strange just how many similarities there were between him and the Lewis sisters. "Still recovering, partner? I feel like I got ran over by a train," Izuku whined. "But I didn't want to miss my first weapons lesson." Snipe walked over to the boy and ruffled his hair. Remember to rest and take care of your body after training days. I need you in apple pie order, and running yourself ragged isn't going to get you there. Got it? Apple pie order? Is that Western slang? What does that mean? Izuku nodded, his mind swirling at those words. There was a sinking feeling in his stomach that this was only the beginning of weird phrases causally being said by Snipe. So, what is today's plan? Follow me. We need to have a change in scenery first. Snipe led them out of Gym Beta and deeper into the UA campus. Izuku made notes of nearby landmarks as they made their way down several different pathways. He wished that UA had a map for guests, but he supposed that would be a potential security risk. A new, slightly smaller building stood at the end of the path. It was nondescript from the outside, save for a traffic light-like system near the front door and several compartments nearby marked safety precautions. Snipe pointed up to the lit green light as they entered the building. Always make sure that light is green before you enter. If it's red, grab some hearing and eye protection from the compartments outside and enter cautiously. He commented. Izuku stared out at the large room in front of them. There were a few enclosed sections towards the back, but for the most part, it was an open expanse of space with a variety of targets scattered around the room. What is this? Snipe gestured to the room with a flourish, pride radiating off of the pro hero. This is the range. I teach my third year's long-range weaponry here, and this is where we will be meeting every Saturday unless stated otherwise. They continued their walk further into the building and towards a table on the left wall. As they got closer, Izuku realized the table was covered with various knives of all shapes and sizes. Snipe carefully picked up one of the smaller knives once they were standing in front of the table and examined it. What do you know about my quirk? The specifics, if you will. Izuku tilted his head in confusion but answered regardless. It's called homing. You can lock onto any target you can see within a certain distance, and any projectile you release will chase the target until contact is made. He paused for a second. Is there a reason you use firearms exclusively when your quirk technically works with all projectiles? There is. Snipe replied, spinning the knife in his hand. My quirk doesn't add power or speed once I release the projectile, so things like knives drastically minimize the distance that an attack is effective at. Guns allow me to use the complete range of my quirk and have more power than anything else I've ever experimented with. I carry a set of throwing knives just in case, but I rarely use them. Izuku nodded, making another mental note to add that to his entries. Snipe's entry had always been a little sparse, and he was really excited to find out more about the hero now. Knives are your starting point. Snipe stated. We'll start you with throwing knives as your first long-range weapon and then move upwards from there. I also have a wider selection of close-range weapons that you will be able to choose from later on. I want you to be comfortable with at least 2 different long-range weapons and 3 close-range weapons before the entrance exam. The green-haired boy bounced on his heels at that. He was slightly nervous to learn about weapons, but he also knew that this was an opportunity of a lifetime to be trained by a weapons specialist like Snipe. Additionally, the thought of being about to use knives to defend himself was exciting. Snipe gave him a moment to bask in his excitement before he finally set the knife down. First order of business, knife safety. One more time. Izuku nodded and focused on the target in front of him. The cool metal in his hand managed to ground him at the moment, and he got into position. Keep your wrists straight, don't over-rotate, aim isn't the goal right now. Focus on form and technique. Taking a deep breath, Izuku pulled back his arm and let the knife fly. The thunk of the impact made him smile, but he moved forward, grabbing the second knife and repeating the process. 5 knives later, he grinned at Snipe. All 5 knives had made impact with the wooden target they were using and stayed in. Snipe gestured for him to come closer to the board and pointed at the last 2. Slight over-rotation with these 2, but overall, not bad for your first lesson. Once you get more comfortable with the form and get better at aiming, we will move towards more complex throws. You have some natural talent for throwing knives, kid. Snipe critiqued. Izuku nodded along, rocking on his heels. Will I need to practice this outside of our lessons like I do with my other lessons? Snipe paused at that question. Eventually, yes, but I should probably talk to your mother first about how she feels about that. I would prefer you get comfortable carrying around a set of knives and practicing in your free time, but that probably won't happen for another week or two. He relented. Izuku silently agreed, wincing at the conversation that Snipe was going to have with his mom. She had been jittery the past couple of days in anticipation of their talk, and Izuku knew that it was going to be interesting, to say the least. Speaking of which, we should get going. I'll be taking you home since your mother and I need to talk about my schedule and diet plan for you. Nodding in agreement, Izuku quickly collected his things and waited for Snipe to grab the things from the connected office inside the range. They made their way to the small faculty parking lot on the other side of campus. Snipe's car was forgettable, which Izuku was starting to realize was a common thing with his mentor. Snipe went to great lengths to make sure he won't be recognized in his civilian life, and that meant blending in as much as possible. Being plain was a good thing in Snipe's book. Izuku guided Snipe the entire way to his apartment, careful to not get them lost in some of the more complicated sections of town. He wasn't completely used to the route they had taken, but he knew the area well enough to make do. Snipe had removed his mask and hat when he first got into the car, but he reached for his hat once more once they were parked in front of the apartment complex. Izuku silently pointed at his signature mask, but Snipe shrugged and exited the vehicle. Instead of his mask, he grabbed a simple blue binder from his things and gestured Izuku to lead the way. They took the stairs to the 3rd floor and Izuku let himself into the apartment immediately. There wasn't any point in prolonging this. "Mom, I'm home." Izuku slipped off his shoes, giving Snipe the room he needed to remove his cowboy boots. He heard his mother call out a greeting in return, but he didn't have enough time to warn her about the guest before she was turning the corner. She came to a dead stop at the sight of Snipe, her fingers playing with the sleeves of her cardigan. Snipe removed his hat and bowed in greeting. "Midoriya-san, it's nice to finally meet you. I was hoping to speak with you in person about your son and my decision to mentor him in the first place, so I was glad when he brought up that you wanted to meet." "It's nice to meet you as well. Izuku has been over the moon ever since you agreed to train him," Inko stated cautiously. "I do have a few questions and concerns about all of this though." "I'm more than happy to answer your questions, ma'am. You have a bright young man here. We can go over my plan and schedule for the next 10 months and make changes as needed for your comfort," Snipe said, rising from his bow and putting his hat back on. "Lovely. Please come in. I'll make some tea. I believe we have a lot to discuss." The main building of UA was a lot bigger than Izuku ever imagined. As Snipe led him further into the bowels of the building, Izuku looked around in wonder. All of the doors were massive. They were probably made like that to be inclusive to all quirk types, but it made each room even more daunting. They stepped into the second set of elevators since they entered the building and Snipe pressed the last button available. Power Loader asked for the support labs to be moved down in the basements to keep other students safe from potential accidents. There are other workshop spaces around the building, but they have to be reserved and under supervision. The support labs down here are open to the students any time during school hours, so most support students work down here, Snipe explained as the elevator made its descent. Soon enough, the elevator dinged and they walked down a hall with 3 large doors. The hall continued towards the left, but Snipe stopped at the second door labeled 3G. He stood to the side and opened the door slowly. The pro waited 5 seconds before nodding and entering the room. Izuku followed in confusion. There was a reason he probably did that, but Izuku wasn't entirely sure he wanted to find out what it was. Scattered around the room were several third-year students working on various projects that Izuku couldn't exactly comprehend. Several of them looked like support gear, but others were vague shapes of machinery that he couldn't understand. Walking around the lab in observation was a familiar-looking pro that had Izuku vibrating with excitement. He pulled his notebook closer to his chest as Snipe called out to the man. "Pil, available for a little chat?" Izuku was surprised to hear the casual and carefree way that his mentor spoke to Power Loader. Snipe always sounded serious, even when he would talk about his family. Maybe it was because they were co-workers? He had been a little more casual with Aizawa-sensei, but not like this. Power Loader nodded and walked over to the pair. Izuku couldn't see most of his face due to the helmet he wore, but there wasn't a way to hide a grin that big. Snipe. Is this the protege I keep hearing things about? Midoriya. This is Majima Higuri, but you would know him as Power Loader. Higuri. This is Midoriya Izuku, my personal student. He was the analyst that I was telling you about. Snipe introduced to two. Izuku tried to keep his bouncing to a minimum as he bowed to Power Loader. The pro nodded and turned towards one of the third years nearby. Kuno, come get me if something catches on fire. We'll be in my office. The rest of you, don't destroy the lab while I'm gone. He tilted his head towards the back of the room and the two followed him. He led them through another large door and into a large but extremely cluttered office. There were 3 large desks in opposite corners of the room that had a majority of the clutter spread across their surface. It wasn't messy like Izuku would have thought, there were just a lot of things tidily piled around the room. Izuku made note of the 8 other doors lining the walls and wondered where they led. Maybe each of the support class labs were connected to this room to make it easy for the support teachers to check on their classes. Midoriya wanted to find out more about the support course and what it has to offer to see if it would be a good fit for him. I figured there would be no one better to ask than you. Snipe informed Power Loader, falling into one of the chairs in front of the nearby desk. Power Loader turned towards Izuku and gestured for him to sit as well. Are you interested in learning how to build support items? Izuku tightened his grip on his notebook and looked at the ground. I don't think building items is something I have the time or passion for, especially with everything else Snipe-sensei has in me learning. I have some ideas about designing support items, but I don't think making them would be something I could do. He stammered out, trying to pick his words carefully. He had been thinking about the support course more in the past couple of days, but he still didn't think it would be a good fit for him. Power Loader didn't look put off by Izuku's words and simply nodded, taking a seat behind the desk. Constructing support gear is just one section of the support course. It's what draws most of our students to the program, but you could focus on other things. Snipe said you did analysis work, correct? Hero analysis, with a concentration on quirks. Learned from his father. Snipe answered for Izuku. Izuku felt his cheeks flush at that but nodded in agreement. Oh, do you have any examples for me to look at? I help teach the hero analysis section of the first-year curriculum for the hero and support courses. Izuku handed over his notebook to the pro hero with only a slight hesitation. He was getting used to having adults being interested in his work, but he was still slightly worried about his work being destroyed. Power Loader opened the notebook to a random entry and began to flip through the pages with ease. At one point he paused and flipped back to read one of Izuku's earlier entries before returning to the page he was on prior. Izuku fidgeted with the edge of his school uniform as Power Loader slowly closed his notebook and looked over at Snipe. Have you talked to Nedu? He's aware. For months. For months? Has he seen this yet? Not yet, but he has a way of getting his paws on anything he sets his sights on. Snipe snorted at that. Power Loader nodded and turned back to Izuku. I'm sure you've been told this before, but you have a gift for analysis work. This is impressive for someone of your age, and it would be best if you started to encrypt your entries in the future. He complimented Izuku. The green boy tilted his head in confusion. Why would I need to encrypt my work? Izuku couldn't see Power Loader's eyes, but he could feel the deadpan stare through his helmet. Midoriya, if your notebook was to be seen by the wrong people, it could endanger the lives of every hero listed in here. Your work is impressive but very dangerous in the wrong hands. I wouldn't go that far, Power Loader-san. They're just notes for fun and are really that good. Izuku was slowly getting used to people complimenting his work, but there was no way it was that good. Anyone could do what he did if they wanted to. First, just call me PL or Majima-san. My hero name is too much of a mouthful to be used casually in conversation. Secondly, I wouldn't lie to a student to boost their ego and sugarcoat things. Takuya can vouch for my honesty. Power Loader interrupted. Izuku snapped his mouth shut at that and lowered his gaze. Snipe nodded. Higuri is right, Midoriya. Neither one of us would compliment your work if we didn't believe it was good. Power Loader handed Izuku his notebook back. You're a good analyst and your entries are well done. This information needs to be protected. Where are the other notebooks? I noticed this one was labeled number 13. Once the familiar feel of his notebook was back in his hands, Izuku ran his finger down the worn spine in an effort to ground himself. Oh, they're at home, but the first couple were done in crayon since I started on them when I was a kid. Those probably aren't that good, and there are a lot of repeat entries in the later ones when I either wanted to make a better version or learned something new about that hero. That's concerning. The next time you come to you, bring all of the notebooks and drop them off here. Power Loader sighed. I'll look over them and see which will need to be encrypted and which are harmless enough to go back home with you. Izuku cringed at that, his discomfort evident. He really didn't want to do that. That might be a little hard. I try not to bring my notebooks to school anymore. Or at least I only take my current one. They tend to get messed up when I do. The two pros shared a look at his words, causing Izuku to shrink back in his seat. After a moment of silent conversation, Snipe sighed. I'll take Midoriya home today and pick up the notebooks personally to ensure their safety. Izuku sagged in relief and nodded in agreement. That's probably the best option. Power Loader began to shuffle through the mass of papers on his desk, obviously looking for something. Have you ever thought about digitizing your notes? You could edit your entries easily and have better access to them. Yeah, but I'm not computer savvy enough to transfer everything over. It would be a pretty long process too. Izuku admitted. It would be nice to have everything in one place though. I just don't know how. Power Loader stopped his search and slowly looked back up at Izuku, a grin growing on his face. Midoriya, how would you feel about learning how to code and hack? Izuku paused, turning the words over in his head, before matching the pro's maniacal grin. Now, that was an idea. 2 weeks later, Midoriya, you are also applying to UA, correct? The teacher asked, a cruel smirk on his face. Izuku felt his stomach drop. So you woke up and chose violence today? Thanks for that. He kept his head down as his classmates laughed at him. You can't get into UA by just studying. Izuku sighed and lifted his head. They removed those restrictions from the hero course several years ago. It's just that no one's ever tried dash. Burnt caramel filled the air and Izuku tensed as Kaken appeared in front of him and set off an explosion on his desk. Yep, here it comes. He scooted his chair back as much as possible as Kaken glared down at him. Hey Deku, you're below these rejects. You're quirkless. How can you even think to stand in the same ring as me? Keeping his eyes down, Izuku shook his head. It's not like that, Kaken. I'm not trying to compete with you, I'm just trying to follow my own dreams. He answered timidly. He knew that 2 weeks ago he would have been an anxious mess at all this, but now he felt a little better about standing his ground a little bit. And what exactly do you think a quirkless loser like you can do? Do you honestly think that a useless Deku could ever become a hero? Kaken snarled. Izuku didn't respond to that. After a moment of silence, Kaken stood up straight and walked back to his desk. Their teachers stared for a moment longer between the boys before shrugging. Okay class, as I was saying. Izuku tuned out the rest of the lecture, choosing instead to focus on the clock. Today was another combat training and conditioning day. His speed had improved over the past 2 weeks, but he still felt like he wasn't moving fast enough when it came to learning the basics. Aizawa-sensei had made it clear that he wouldn't see distinct improvement until about a month in, but Izuku was hoping with everything he was doing he could get there faster. He didn't have time to waste. He was already years behind everyone else. At least he had made progress with weapon training. Snipe had agreed to let him carry around a small set of throwing knives after their last session so that Izuku could practice in his free time. His mother was nervous about them but relented in letting him take them in his school bag. The rest of the day passed in a blur and Izuku was ignored by his classmates for the most part. Those days were always better. The final PRD of the day gave him time to look over the news headlines. They were all talking about the villain fight from earlier and Izuku couldn't help but hope that someone got a good video from different angles. News footage was always helpful to go back and look through for. Analysis. He started to put away his things to leave when his notebook was snatched from his desk. Great, I'm going to be late today. We're not done talking yet, Deku, Kaken stated, looking down at Izuku's notebook. Kaken narrowed his eyes at something in the notebook and flipped it open. Can I please have that back? Izuku asked quietly. Why the F are you writing in gibberish? What the hell is this sheet? Kaken asked, flipping through the pages with disgust. Two of his friends peeked over his shoulder and laughed. Man, that's even creepier than your usual stalker notes, Midoriya, one of them stated. Izuku clenched his fists under the desk. It's code. I started writing in it just in case I ever lost my notebook so that no one else could read it. Kaken scoffed at that. Yeah, like anyone would care about your lame stalker notes. You think you're suddenly so important and smart that you have to write in this lame but sheet. I really don't have time for this, Izuku muttered. You're right, my bad. I shouldn't have thought that anyone would care. Can I please have my notebook back now? Kaken wasn't amused by his light usage of sarcasm and focused his glare on Izuku. You've been acting weird ever since you came back from that stupid trip to America. What the hell are you up to? Izuku internally groaned. He didn't have the time or energy to do this right now. It was bad enough to have that incident happen during class, but Kaken seemed determined to drag this out. I'm not up to anything. I just started exercising more and studying for entrance exams. Seriously though, can I please have my notebook back? I need to get home. Kaken's face became entirely neutral as he stared at Izuku. It was obvious that he was turning over Izuku's answer in his head and deciding if he believed it or not. Izuku looked at his childhood bully with caution before a sickening smirk grew on his face and he placed both of his hands on Izuku's notebook. Izuku's eyes widened in horror as he watched Kaken blow up his notebook and toss it casually over his shoulder. The burned book soared through the open window and Izuku rushed over to see where it landed. He watched as it slowly made its descent towards the ground before landing in the koi pond. He was vaguely aware that Kaken was still talking to him about something, but all he could focus on was the amount of work that he might have just lost. He hadn't memorized any of his entries, so if they were too damaged to read, he would have to completely start over. A familiar burning sensation forced him out of his thoughts as he realized Kaken's hand was on his shoulder and burning through the fabric of his uniform. Don't apply to you, nerd, he said, smiling at Izuku in a patronizing way. Izuku looked back at the red-eyed boy with a blank expression, but that seemed to be enough to get him to take his leave. Come on, you could at least say something back. One of Kaken's lackeys called out as they walked away. Izuku ignored them and slung his bag over his shoulder, his eyes still focused on the open window. Hey Deku, Kaken called. Izuku turned with a sigh. Well now, you know, if you want to be a hero so badly, there's a quick way to do it. Just hope you're born with a quirk in your next life and take a swan dive off the roof. Izuku tensed at those words as he looks Kaken in the eyes. It wasn't the first time someone had told him to commit suicide, but he never would have thought that Kaken of all people would suicide bait him like that. Shaking his head, he looked back towards the window one more time. I mean, I could. Looking back at Kaken, he gave him an empty smile. You should think before you speak, Kaken. Suicide baiting is a serious mark on your record, you know? Especially if the person follows through with it. With that, he rushed towards the window and jumped without hesitation. What the Izuku? Katsuki screamed. The two extras following him paled as the three rushed to the window. What the hell was he thinking? He wouldn't seriously do something like, what about Auntie Inko? Katsuki's panic quickly left him once he saw Deku safely crouching in the nearby tree. The green-haired boy quickly made his way down to the ground and walked over to his notebook casually. Katsuki couldn't form a coherent thought to shout as Deku calmly shook out the excess water from that stupid notebook and looked up at them. The nerd gave them a wide grin and waved goodbye. Is he insane or something? How did he even make that jump to the tree? Extra asked. Katsuki narrowed his eyes at Deku's retreating frame. Something wasn't right. A loser like Deku shouldn't have been able to physically do that, let alone have the confidence to try. That nerd is hiding something from me. I don't know what, but once I find out, he's dead meat. Izuku ran his fingers through his hair as he made his way to you. He was going to be late, but maybe Aizawa would take pity on him once he saw the state of his notebook. He looked down at the ruined notebook in his hand and sighed. I'm gonna have to rewrite most of these before Wednesday. I can't transfer them over in this state. He muttered to himself. Like anyone would care about your lame stalker notes. Kaken's words echoed through his head. You're below these rejects. You're quirkless. Do you honestly think that a useless Deku could ever become a hero? He shook his head rapidly to stop the words. Come on Izuku, don't get down. People believe in you. Pro heroes believe in you. You can't let them down. He told himself as he walked into the underpass tunnel. He continued to mutter words of encouragement to himself before a sound behind him caused him to turn back. Rising from the sewer was a mass of thick green sludge that towered over him. Two yellow eyes stared back at him as an unsettling large mouth grinned. Sheet, that's a villain. That's a villain and I am completely isolated. A medium-size invisibility cloak. The villain mused. Izuku's eyes widened and he scrambled away from the villain. The mass jumped towards him and Izuku slid to the side and just out of reach. This wasn't good. He was alone, with no way to contact a hero, with a villain who could clearly take over someone's body if his words were anything to go by. The villain tried again to grab Izuku, but he scrambled backward, dropping his notebook in the process. He tried to think of anything he could do to get out of this, but fear was quickly starting to set in. He was outclassed and his only option was to escape. Turning on his heel, Izuku ran towards the exit as fast as he could. It wasn't fast enough. Sludge quickly surrounded his body and he gagged as he felt it being shoved down his throat. He clawed at the sludge in an attempt to get it away from his mouth to no avail. Don't give up, always fight back. Search for a weak point and hit it without hesitation. He could hear Snipe's voice echo through his head with advice. There's no such thing as fighting dirty, only leveling the playing field. Don't worry, I'm just going to take over your body. Calm down, it will only hurt for about 45 seconds. You'll feel better soon. The villain cooed. That was a time limit. Izuku could work with a time limit. He waved his hand wildly towards the sound of the voice, trying to find anything to grab. It's getting hard to breathe. I don't have much time left. You can't grab me. I'm fluid. His eyes and mouth were solid. Squeezing his eyes shut, Izuku swung his hand out one more time and managed to close his finger around a squishy circular item. He dug his nails in and pulled with as much strength as he could muster. The villain screamed in agony and Izuku was filled with a surge of pride. It wasn't going to last long though. He could feel the strength leaving his body as it got harder and harder to breathe. You stupid brat. First, he comes to town and now this. The villain snarled. I'm so sorry Mom and Dad. I wish I could have said goodbye. I'm sorry Snipe-sensei and Aizawa-sensei for letting you down. I tried my best. The world went dark and the Izuku hears a familiar voice shout something to him. It's peaceful in a way, floating in the dark. Or it was until he felt the thick liquid be forcibly removed from his lungs. Izuku rolled over on his side and began to cough harshly, the vague feeling of sludge still coating his throat. He's aware that he had somehow managed to wake up on the ground outside of the tunnel, but all he could focus on was trying to clear out his lungs. Ah, young man. I was afraid I lost you for a second. A booming voice called from above him. Izuku froze and snapped his head upward. All Might. Izuku stared after All Might's retreating form as the #1 hero flew away from the rooftop. He felt like the world was on its side as his mind tried to catch up with everything. This is probably what going into shock feels like. He could feel the remnants of the sludge all over his body and the burning sensation in his throat and lungs had yet to disappear. All he was able to focus on was All Might's words. They played in his head on repeat like a broken record. Some villains just can't be beaten without powers. So can you be a hero? Not without a quirk. Izuku felt the tears well up in his eyes. It's not bad to dream. You just have to be realistic. The feeling of vibration in his pocket is what finally brings him back to reality. Izuku answered the phone without even looking at the ID. How long am I going to have to wait on you, problem child? Aizawa's voice cut through the speaker. Izuku opened his mouth to reply, to apologize for his lateness, but all that came out was a wet sob. He covered his mouth with his hand to try and stop it, but the dam of emotion finally broke. Midoriya, what's wrong? Are you okay? Izuku wanted to assure his teacher that he was fine, but the sobs choked any attempt to speak and his breathing was getting more rapid as tears streamed down his face. He could hear Aizawa talking to someone on the other side of the phone, but he couldn't make out exactly what was being said. Midoriya, I need you to breathe and calm down so I can help you. Follow my lead, okay? Deep breath in. Hold on to it for 3 seconds. Breathe out. Aizawa's tone had completely changed. Izuku had never heard his teacher sound so soft and calm, and he attempted to follow the instructions. Slowly, he felt like he could breathe normally again and the body-racking sobs stopped. He knew he was still slightly gasping for air and that he probably looked like a wreck, but he finally found his voice again. Sorry, Sensei. I didn't mean to worry you. Kid, it's fine. Snipe is on his way to your location right now and I'm not far behind him. Where are you exactly? A rooftop. There's stairs I can use to get down. Why, you know what, it doesn't matter right now. Yes, climb down and wait for Snipe to dash. An explosion echoed through both sides of the phone and Izuku turned in that direction. He saw the cloud of dust go through the air. Aizawa cursed into the phone. Get down to the street level immediately. We'll be there in less than 3 minutes. But there's a villain attack. You and Snipe-sensei should be going there to stop it. I'm fine, I swear. Izuku stated, trying to gauge how close that was to him. He could probably get there relatively fast, all things considered. The pain in his lungs will probably slow him down a bit, but it should be fine. No problem, child. Other pros are responding and you are our top priority. I'm serious, Midoriya, don't worry about it. Izuku bit his lip. There were people in danger. Shaking his head, he made his decision and started climbing down the stairs, 2 at a time. His breathing was ragged from both the crying and the irritation caused by the sludge, but he pushed past it. Another explosion shook the city. There's someone in trouble. I'll meet the 2 of you at the attack site, okay? It will be 2 birds, 1 stone scenario then. The annoyance in Aizawa's voice was palatable. Izuku, I'm not going to repeat dash. Sorry, sensei. Izuku apologized before hanging up. He immediately turned off his phone and stuffed it back into his pocket. Aizawa was going to kill him for that later on, but there were other things to worry about, like getting to the villain attack. All things considered, he made good time getting to the source of all the commotion. Sure, his lungs felt like they were on fire and he really needed to drink some water after bawling his eyes out on the roof, but that could be solved later. At least now, Aizawa-sensei and Snipe-sensei were on their way. He moved to try and look through the crowd and froze. That was the same villain from before. The same one that All Might saved him from and captured. The bottles must have fallen during that jump. Shit, this is all my fault. Someone's in danger because I was stupid enough to bother All Might. He could hear others in the crowd question what was taking so long and that he had taken someone hostage. Izuku looked back towards the villain and wondered how someone could survive that long. He was suddenly thankful that Snipe and Eraserhead were heading this way because of him. He didn't know how much help they would be, but at least they could offer some assistance since the heroes on the scene didn't seem to be able to do anything. He searched to see any part of the hostage and felt himself freeze at the sight of familiar red eyes. His body moved without thought. It was just instinct once he saw those crimson eyes. His mind finally caught up with his actions just as he broke through the line and ran past the heroes. Okay, this is stupid, but we're doing this now. His weak points are the eyes and mouth. They're the only solid parts. He can feel pain. Izuku felt the beginnings of a plan form and he swung his backpack around and blindly searched through his front zipper. It was in here somewhere, he just had to find it quickly. The heroes yelled after him to come back and not do anything stupid. He promptly ignored those calls as his fingers grabbed hold of a familiar handle. Let's hope my aim is as good now as it is in lessons. The small throwing knife in his hand flew through the air as he released it. He watched as it hits its desired mark and sank deeply into the eye of the villain. The villain screeched in pain and Izuku saw his grip loosen slightly on Kaken. There were still people yelling at him, but all he could focus on was those scared red eyes in front of him. There wasn't any hesitation as he grabbed Kaken's free arm and began to try and pull him out of the sludge. What the hell are you doing here, Deku? Kaken yelled at him. Izuku pulled once more. My legs moved without my permission. I couldn't just stand there and watch you die, Kaken. He screamed back at him. Kaken's eyes widened at his words and he opened his mouth to most likely yell at Izuku. Anything he was planning on saying was cut off by hard bindings wrapping around both of them and pulling the two junior high students free from the villain. Izuku looked back with relief to see Aizawa standing there, the rest of his capture weapon floating around him. As soon as they were out of range, Izuku saw All Might once again rush in and blast the sludge monster away. The wind pressure of the attack was astounding, and despite everything that happened, Izuku still found himself itching to write it down in his All Might entry. The bindings around both of them removed themselves and Aizawa quickly gestured for one of the nearby heroes to take Kaken to a safe place. It was only then that Izuku looked at his face and remembered what he had done earlier. Would you care to explain? Aizawa asked in a deadly calm tone. What possessed you to hang up on me, turn off your phone, and purposely run into a dangerous villain attack when I specifically told you to stay put and not worry about it? His eyes glowed red as he activated his quirk, and despite Izuku being quirkless, he still shrank back in fear. I just thought that someone is in danger and dash. Thankfully, his attempt at a reasonable explanation was cut off by another voice yelling his name. Aizawa, and he turned to see Snipe break through the line of other heroes attempting to do crowd control and clean up duty and rush straight towards them. Izuku closed his eyes and prepared himself for another lecture. Instead, two hands gently grabbed his shoulders. He opened his eyes to see Snipe kneeling in front of him, his expression blocked by his signature mask. Are you hurt? Izuku blinked in surprise. No? Well, maybe from earlier but not from just now. Snipe let out a sigh of relief and pulled Izuku into his arms. Izuku tensed for a second as his mentor hugged him before returning the hug and burying his face into Snipe's cape. Izuku, I was so worried when Aizawa told me that you were having a panic attack at a random location on the other side of town. When he called me back as I was barely getting to your location to tell me that you had run off to the site of a villain attack, I was so scared that something horrible was going to happen to you. Snipe explained quietly. Izuku could hear the worry in his voice, and another seed of guilt grew in his stomach. Izuku said a muffled apology into Snipe's shoulder, but the pro hero just shook his head. We're going to have a conversation about recklessness later on, and you can apologize then. Right now, I just want to make sure you're okay. Those words released something inside of Izuku, and he once again felt himself tearing up. A quiet sob escaped his lips that was thankfully muffled by Snipe's cape. Snipe didn't say anything about Izuku's crying. Instead, he just continued to hold the boy in his arm, occasionally rubbing his back in comforting circles. Izuku let himself cry for another moment or two before he pulled away from Snipe to wipe his eyes. His mentor stood up from the ground but kept one steady hand on Izuku's shoulders. He couldn't help but be thankful for that. It was probably the only thing keeping him from going into another panic attack. The peace didn't last long though. As soon as Izuku had cleared the tears from his eyes and cheeks, Death Arms and Kamui Woods walked over to him with grave expressions. Hey kid, what the hell were you thinking running out there like that? Do you have a death wish or something? Izuku slouched at their scoldings but didn't get a chance to respond. Swiftly, Aizawa and Snipe stepped in front of him like a wall of protection. I'll take responsibility for his actions today. Snipe replied. He's a personal student of mine. I will have a conversation with him later about this incident, so I would prefer if you didn't publicly reprimand my student. The two pros stopped in their tracks at his words. Death Arms gave Snipe a confused look. I didn't think you took on personal students. What I do in my spare time is none of your concern, and I would appreciate it if you didn't act so familiar with me. Snipe answered gruffly. Aizawa snorted at that. You two have some nerve to berate a child who did more to resolve the situation than any of the pros on hand. Were you simply going to watch a child die because the matchup wasn't ideal? Hey, I don't know who you think you are, but dash. Why don't the two of you focus on taking care of the victim? Snipe interrupted. Izuku stared at both of his teachers in wonder. Were they seriously standing up for him even though he caused them trouble? Come on, Midoriya, we have other business to attend to. Snipe put his hand in between Izuku's shoulders and guided them through the dispersing crowd, Aizawa in tow with Izuku's backpack in hand. He assumed that his knife was probably collateral damage at this point and that he wasn't getting that back anytime soon. The trio walked in silence towards the train station, Snipe's hand not leaving Izuku's back until they were on the train. Izuku fiddled with the edge of his sleeve. "Are you mad that I jumped into the fight without a plan?" Snipe sighed. "I'm not mad, Midoriya. I'm disappointed in your actions, but not mad. I want you to remember that you are still a kid. You have so much more to learn and what you did was dangerous. You bit off way more than you can chew and put yourself in unnecessary danger." Izuku nodded in understanding and bit his lip. "Yes, sir. You can call me Izuku. If you want. Both of you. I don't mind. It was actually nice when you did it earlier. Made me feel as safe." The pros shared a glance before Aizawa chuckled and ruffled Izuku's hair. "Okay then, problem child. I will say, your knife-throwing skills are coming along quite nicely. That was a very clean hit you got on the villain." Snipe glanced down at his protege with curiosity. Izuku shrugged in embarrassment, purposely avoiding eye contact. "It was a lucky throw. I'm surprised I hit anything honestly." Snipe clicked his tongue in distaste at that. "Don't diminish your skills. It's an insult to you and your teacher. Now, care to tell us why you were alone on a rooftop, crying?" Izuku winced at that and took a look around the empty train car. "Well, now was as good of a time as any. Well, I was on my way to you." Aizawa's face had been stuck in a permanent scowl ever since they arrived at UA. It made Izuku even more nervous than usual. Snipe had forced him to see Recovery Girl so that she could check him over and make sure that he was physically fine. On any other occasion, Izuku would have been ecstatic to meet the youthful heroine and would have bombarded her with questions. Right now, though, he was just tired and wanted to go home. The slimy feeling of the sludge had yet to leave his skin, but at least now they knew his lungs were clear of any remaining liquid. The slightly burning sensation still hadn't gone away, but Izuku was chalking that up to anxiety and the amount of crying he had done in the past few hours. "What is the burn on your shoulder? It looks relatively new." Recovery Girl asked. Izuku tensed and looked down at the singed fabric in surprise. "Right, that happened today." "Oh, Kaken, the other kid that got attacked, was firing off his quirk in an attempt to escape. He has this really cool explosion quirk. I guess he must have hit me in the crossfire." He lied, wincing at his voice cracking. Aizawa raised an eyebrow but said nothing. Recovery Girl tooted at him. "Well, let me take a look at your shoulder to make sure you're okay." "Remove your shirt please," she asked. Izuku made a face at that. He really didn't want to do that. Most kids that had used him for quirk practice were smart enough to not leave lasting marks, but the ones that did were careful enough to do it in places that he could easily cover. His back had an array of scars and small starburst burns from over the years, with his upper back and shoulders taking most of the hits. There was one starburst scar on the very top of his left arm that he had to take special care to hide with his short-sleeved shirts, but he had managed to get away with it for the most part. The last thing he needed was for Snipe-sensei to see it and talk to his mom about it. That's not necessary. My uniform is just a little singed and I didn't even notice it until now. I'm not hurt, I promise." Recovery Girl frowned at him and sighed. "Are you refusing care for your potential injury?" Yes." Her eyes bore into him and he fought the urge to squirm under her gaze. The heroine nodded her head with reluctance and kissed him on his forehead. Instantly, the scraps and bruises along his skin healed, and he felt relieved from the slight general ache in his body. Then the wave of exhaustion hit. Izuku let out a loud yawn, drawing a chuckle from the old woman. She turned towards Snipe and Aizawa. "He should be monitored for the next few hours, but he'll be fine. A good night's rest and a shower are all he needs at this point. I hope these trips to my office don't become a regular occurrence." The last part was directed mostly to Izuku, who blushed and nodded his head. "Good, now shoo all of you." Snipe bowed in thanks and gently guided Izuku out of the infirmary by his non-singed shoulder. Aizawa followed the pair and soon the three of them began to make their way towards Snipe's office. The two pro-heroes had already told Izuku that they were going to discuss the sludge incident after he was medically cleared, and he was dreading it. He wanted to break the tense silence in the air that felt suffocating. He hated the feeling of guilt building in his chest. But he just kept his head down and continued his death march towards the third-year corridor where Snipe had a private office. Once inside, Izuku quickly took a seat in the nearby chair while Snipe walked around and flopped down in his leather chair. Aizawa hesitated for a moment before sitting next to Izuku. The older man slouched and hid his face in his capture weapon, but there wasn't any way to mistake the anger in his eyes. Snipe let out a loud sigh and removed his mask. Despite seeing his mentor's face several times now, it still struck Izuku as odd to not see him wearing his mask while still in costume. Maybe it was the cognitive dissonance between Snipe the pro-hero and Nakama Takuya the civilian. Snipe rubbed his temples in an attempt to relieve the quickly building headache to no avail. So All Might, the #1 hero, broke standard victim protocol, did not report the incident, and then left you on a rooftop alone? After having a short conversation with you? Snipe asked, tiredness leaking into his voice. Izuku nodded. Next to him, Aizawa let out a deep growl of disapproval. And what did the oversized buffoon say to you that made you feel that distressed? Suddenly, the edge of his sleeve was so interesting. Izuku kept his eyes downwards as he took a deep breath. He said that I couldn't be a H-hero if I didn't have a quirk. His words were barely louder than a whisper. They rang through the room like gunshots, though. Aizawa immediately shot to his feet, knocking his chair backward. Snipe groaned and leaned back in his chair. Shoura, sit the F down before you do something stupid. He had no right to tell a child that and then leave them alone on a rooftop. Aizawa gritted out, his fist clenched. Izuku stared at his teacher with surprise. He knew that Aizawa-sensei was intimidating and had seen him frustrated or upset, but this was the first time that Izuku had seen him so angry. It was even more jarring that he was angry for Izuku. Especially not to a child that was just a victim of a villain attack. Give me one good reason why I shouldn't hunt him down and knock some sense into that thick head of his, Takuya. Given names are coming out. That's probably not a good thing. Yes, we can all agree that his words were out of line, and I will take care of it later, but getting into a fist fight with Toshinori is the last thing I want to deal with right now. So sit down and let's talk about this before Snipe was interrupted by his office phone ringing. He stared at it in confusion for a second before answering. Izuku watched his mentor stiffen immediately at the voice on the other side of the line. Deep blue eyes stared into Izuku's emerald green, fear and betrayal clear as day. Inko, please calm down. He's with me and Aizawa and has been checked over by a physician here at UA. I'm sure he just forgot to turn his phone back on after hanging up on Aizawa. Snipe hissed out the last part. Izuku felt the blood drain from his face as he realized who was on the phone. Well, I had a good life. 14 years is a pretty good run. Mom is going to kill me if the guilt doesn't first. Yes, he's fine. A little shaken, but he's doing well, all things considered. Aizawa and I are going to have a conversation with him about being reckless, and we will leave directly after. He paused as Inko responded. Wincing, he nodded. I understand. We can continue this conversation when I drop him off. We'll see you soon. Yes, bye. He hung up the phone and let out a loud groan as he buried his head into his hands. New rule, you are no longer allowed to cut off communication with us, especially in the field. Your mother is gonna tan my hide when she sees me. I'm so sorry. I meant to turn my phone back on and I know that I shouldn't have hung up, but Izuku rushed out before Snipe stopped him. Izuku closed his mouth and sunk further into his chair. We need to move on. Do me a favor and turn your phone on so that your mother can contact you if needed. Straightening up, Snipe's expression was serious. We need to have a discussion about your actions and why you can't do things like this again. Do you understand why we're upset with today's events? Aizawa-sensei asked. Izuku chewed on his lip and fiddled with his phone as a distraction. There was a correct answer. He just didn't know what it was. Because I ignored your orders and got in the way of the pros on the scene? Snipe closed his eyes. Nope, that wasn't the right answer. You put yourself in unnecessary danger after going through a traumatizing and emotionally draining event. You acted with little to no self-preservation and threw yourself into a fight that you were in no way prepared for. That's why we're upset. But Kaken was in danger. I don't even know how he survived as long as he did but no one was doing anything. Was I just supposed to watch him die? Izuku felt slightly hysterical trying to defend himself. He knew that what he did was stupid. He shouldn't have hung up. He shouldn't have rushed in with no plan. But why was he getting punished for just wanting to save someone? The inaction of the pro-heroes on scene aside, Aizawa started. You can't jump into a situation like that. You've been training for a little over a month. You're not a hero student or a pro-hero. You were very lucky that things worked out the way they did, or you could have become an additional hostage or worse. The reasoning behind your actions is admirable, Izuku. It's natural to want to save someone that you see in trouble. But you have to consider your own safety as well. Izuku examined the wood of Snipe's desk to avoid seeing the look of disappointment in Snipe's eyes. A part of him felt like crying again even though he doubted that he had any more tears left. This was unfair. You can't save people if you end up injured or dead while trying to help them, Aizawa stated bluntly. And if you continue to throw yourself into situations like that with little regard to your own life, that's exactly what is going to happen. That's why heroes go through training. Do you understand what we're saying? The green-haired boy reluctantly nodded. Yes, sir, I understand. I promise to try to not be as reckless in the future. But I don't regret what I did. He finally looked up and made eye contact with Snipe again. Despite the tears building in the corners of his eyes, they glowed with determination. My body moved on its own and I'm glad it did. I'm sorry for worrying everyone, but I will never regret rushing in to save Kaken. Snipe observed the young boy in front of him. His face was serious and his eyes blazed with a fire inside of them. His body trembled, most likely from anxiety or exhaustion, but his shoulders were set. He looked ready to fight for his beliefs. That was something that Snipe could appreciate at the very least. The pro-hero nodded in acknowledgement. That's valid. I'm not asking you to regret your actions or beliefs. I just want you to be as safe as possible, and that requires cooperation on your end. I'm not going to put you in a bubble, but I would appreciate it if you didn't rush headfirst into a situation at the slightest hint of danger. Okay? Izuku reluctantly agreed. Aizawa took the moment of silence as an opportunity to change the subject. I think it would be best if Izuku saw Hound Dog for at least one therapy session. Just to make sure he's processing everything that happened today in a healthy way. He suggested. Izuku scrunched his nose at that. Turning towards Aizawa, he frowned. I don't think I need therapy. I'm fine, really. Aizawa rolled his eyes at that. Therapy isn't a bad thing, problem child. Pro-heroes often go to therapy sessions after traumatic or emotionally draining events to help them cope with what happened. Hound Dog is a good therapist with a concentration in dealing with traumatic events. He won't make you talk about anything you don't want to as long as you're honest with him. Your mental health is just as important as your physical health. Izuku looked back at Snipe, who simply raised an eyebrow at him. Sighing, he thought about it for another moment. It was only one session and it wasn't like Izuku had anything to talk about. I'll talk to my parents and see what they think about it. Izuku compromised. His answer seemed to placate Aizawa, who nodded and began to walk towards the door. Then I'm going to head home. Our Friday session is going to run longer than usual to make up for today, so be prepared for that. He called out. The pair watched him leave in silence. Once Aizawa was out of sight, Izuku turned back to look at Snipe. The pro-hero rose to his feet and grabbed his mask. We should head out as well. Let's see if your mother is going to make me bite the ground or if she's gonna have mercy on me. Izuku sighed in relief as he stepped out of the bathroom, finally clean. He had scrubbed himself red in the shower trying to make sure he got the remaining slime off his skin. He knew that it was mostly in his head, but he couldn't shake the disgusting feeling until his skin felt a little too sensitive. Izuku slipped on some of his comfortable pajamas, that miraculously free of any hero logos, and began the process of attempting to wrangle his hair. His father had tried to give Izuku advice on how to take care of his wild mess of curls, stating the Midoriya curls needed loving care to be tamed. Izuku knew that theoretically, following his father's advice would help. After all, his father had the same hair as him but always managed to purposefully messy rather than Izuku's bird's nest. He attempted to dry his hair in the way that his father had shown him once, only to give up after a minute of semi-success. Maybe his mom could dry his hair for him. Izuku hadn't asked her to help him with his hair in some time, but today was stressful for both of them. Izuku winced as he remembered the talk between Snipe-sensei and his mom. He was truly his mother's child with the amount of tears she managed to cry in front of the pro. Snipe had looked vaguely uncomfortable with the situation but had managed to calm his mother down and reassure her about Izuku's safety. Let's hope Snipe-sensei apologizing to mom doesn't become a regular occurrence. I don't think he can handle that amount of tears on a regular basis. He made his way into the living room, his mind wandering, and paused at the sight of his mother sitting in front of the laptop. Inko must have heard his steps because she turned immediately and gestured for him to sit in the seat next to her. This was weird, but who was he to argue with his mom? Izuku walked slowly until the screen of the laptop came into view. On the screen, his father sat in his own apartment and looked half asleep. Looking back at the time, Izuku realized that he had probably just woken up to get ready for work. "Dad!" Izuku greeted excitedly as he quickly crossed the short distance. He threw himself into the chair and waved. "What are you doing up right now? We're not supposed to video chat until Saturday." Hisashi yawned in reply. "Your mother called me and told me that you were involved in a villain attack today. I thought it best that the three of us talk about it together." Izuku's grin slipped at those words. Oh, why don't you tell your father what happened, Izu? Nakama-kun explained some of it to me, but I think we want to hear it from you." Inko prompted, placing a hand on Izuku's shoulder. Izuku sighed but relented. He explained the entire story carefully, making sure to not mention All Might by name or the rooftop incident at all. He still wasn't sure how to feel about that part of his day to begin with. Snipe and Aizawa-sensei had made it clear that All Might was wrong to tell him that he couldn't be a hero, but All Might was the #1 hero. Surely someone like All Might would know better than anyone what it took to be a hero. His heart ached at that thought. All Might was his idol, his constant ideal for being a hero. He had said in past interviews that the quirk didn't make the hero and that anyone could be a hero. Did that just not apply to quirkless people? Or did All Might not mean those words? Either way, the hero had left a bad taste in Izuku's mouth, and he didn't think that he could ever look at him the same. That would be a little hard though, seeing that the man was plastered everywhere in Izuku's room. He made a mental note to ask his mom later on if he could redecorate his room. Once he had finished his story, he leaned back in his chair and waited. Unlike him, his father had always been a quiet person who chose his words carefully. Izuku watched his father slowly process his words before letting out a small sigh. "I'm not surprised that you jumped headfirst into danger to save a friend, but you need to remember that you're still a kid, Izu. You shouldn't have to put your life in danger in situations like this. I have some choice words for the pros that stood by and made you feel compelled to step in, but that's not something we're going to focus on right now," Hisashi said, making eye contact with his son. It was difficult to see their steel-gray color through the video feed, but Izuku knew how sharp his gaze could feel when it was solely focused on you. "Yes, sir, I understand. Snipe-sensei and Aizawa-sensei already explained why I can't be that reckless. I'll be more careful in the future," Izuku replied softly. He couldn't remember ever being scolded by either of his parents before, but his dad had always been the one to establish the expectations they had for Izuku. This felt like one of those times. Inko gave Izuku a wobbly smile and squeezed his shoulder slightly. "I know you want to be a hero and save everyone, but you don't have to carry the world on your shoulders. You still need to have time to be a regular kid. I don't want you to grow up too soon, honey. I'm proud that you want to save people, Izu. But you have to be alive and well to help them." His dad added, "Give yourself the time to grow into the hero you want to be, okay?" Izuku couldn't help but smile at his father's praise and he nodded rapidly. "I promise to try harder and not worry everyone in the future." His words pulled a light chuckle from his father. "I'm sure your mother would greatly appreciate that. Now, Inko said something about you attending therapy?" Izuku had barely set foot out the classroom door when the back of his uniform was grabbed and he was being dragged around the corner of the hallway. If it hadn't been for the vague caramel smell in the air, Izuku might have been more worried. He had wondered if Kaken was going to say anything to him about yesterday, but the blonde-haired boy had avoided him the entire day. It seemed that he was just waiting for the right time to strike. Once they were out of sight of the crowd, Kaken released him and positioned himself to block Izuku's route of escape. Kaken dash. Shut it to. I'm talking. Kaken cut him off. First of all, I never asked for your help yesterday, okay? And you didn't do shit other than get in the way. I was fine by myself. So don't think for a second that a quirkless loser like you can look down on me. Are you trying to make me owe you or something? Izuku wisely chose to keep his mouth shut as anger and frustration rolled off the boy in front of him in waves. He wasn't exactly sure what Kaken was talking about, but this seemed to be more about Kaken than himself. His silence seemed to be what Kaken wanted since he continued. Second, I know that you're hiding something from me and that's frankly pissing me off. What the F was up with that little stunt you pulled yesterday by jumping out the window? And how does a loser like you know not one, but two pro heroes that seem to give a shit about you? That sounded like his cue to talk. Not hiding anything, Kaken. Like I said yesterday, I'm just working out and trying to get in shape for the entrance exam. My dad's coworker introduced me to Snipe when I went to visit him in America, and so he occasionally checks on me to make sure that Mom and I are okay. I asked if he could give me a tour of UA and he agreed, so I met some of his coworkers. That's all. Izuku answered, wincing internally at his casual lies. He hated lying, but if Kaken found out that Snipe was training him, he would lose it. The last thing he needed was another disciplinary mark on his record because of a fight. Kaken narrowed his eyes at Izuku, carefully observing him for the slightest of tells. Izuku tensed as he waited for his verdict. A fist twisted into the front of his uniform and Kaken pulled him slightly off his feet to snarl in his face. If you're going to lie to my face, don't do it in such an obvious way. And whatever secret you're keeping won't change the fact that you're weak and useless. What happened yesterday doesn't change what I told you before. If you apply to UA, I will destroy you. Stay out of my way if you know what's best for you. I'm not going to let some quirkless loser like you ruin this for me. Satisfied with his warning, he once again released Izuku roughly and turned on his heel. Izuku watched him walk away, bracing himself just in case he changed his mind. Once Kaken was out of sight, Izuku let out a breath of relief and shook his head to clear his mind. Squaring his shoulders, Izuku tightened his grip on his bag and began to make his way to the school exit. Akari-sensei was waiting for him and he didn't have a moment to lose. He had only 9 months left before the entrance exam. He would need every second to count if he wanted to prove to everyone that he could be a hero, quirklessness be med. Izuku skidded to a stop as he crossed the finish line and smiled to himself. He had only been on Snipe's training program for a month and a half, but he could feel the progress already. For one, those morning runs had paid off, seeing that he wasn't dying at the end of his obstacle course run. Snipe had moved around some of the obstacles to surprise Izuku since he didn't want him to get too comfortable, but it was basically the same course he had run the day he met Snipe. The obstacles were definitely easier this time around. That was 2 minutes better than your last run, with only a 37% first attempt error on the obstacles. We should focus more on your strength training in the next couple of weeks. Flexibility is better, but that is still a pretty weak spot for you. Snipe stated, looking up from his clipboard. He was still in his hero uniform, but Izuku was getting used to it. Snipe would only wear civilian clothing during sparring sessions or if they needed to leave UA. I'll talk to Akari-kun about changing your training routine to focus more on flexibility for the near future. Izuku winced at that statement, his limbs sore just from the thought of it. Snipe patted Izuku's shoulder with sympathy. Take a 5-minute break and we can start on your strength regiment. Aizawa should be joining us in about 30 minutes to check your progress. Nodding, Izuku jogged over to the sidelines to grab his bag. They weren't in Gym Beta, but one of the larger gyms that housed the test obstacle course. Apparently, it was used during training sessions for second years and was customizable to allow the obstacles to move around at one's discretion. Taking a sip, he internally sighed in relief at the refreshing coolness of the water. His thoughts drifted for a moment before a flash of movement by the door caught his eye. Turning, Izuku immediately froze at the sight of a familiar figure. Standing in the open doorway was the smaller form of All Might, wearing a suit too large for his shrunken frame. Distantly, his brain spun the questions regarding All Might's clothing options due to his drastically different forms. In the forefront of his mind, their rooftop conversation played on loop. It was then that Snipe looked up from his notes and followed Izuku's line of sight. He internally groaned. He really didn't want to do this right now. Takuya raised his hand in greeting, hesitating for a moment on how to address Toshinori. Izuku hadn't made any comments about All Might's secret, but it was clear that the boy recognized him from somewhere. It was better to play it safe. Toshinori, come join us. I have someone to introduce you to. Toshinori seemed nervous but made his way towards the pair. Once he was at a respectable distance, Takuya gestured towards Izuku. This is Midoriya Izuku, my new personal protege. I'm training him to be a hero, so you might see him around campus. Izuku, this is Toshinori Yagi. He's an old friend of Nedzu's, so he stops by UA occasionally. Takuya kept a careful eye on both of their reactions to each other. Izuku, to his credit, managed to stammer through a greeting, bowing deeper than necessary. Toshinori, on the other hand, immediately tensed at his words. After a moment, Toshinori smiled weakly. It's nice to meet you, young man. You're lucky to have such a kind and experienced mentor guiding you through this journey. Namasan, can I speak to you for a second? It won't take long. Nodding, Takuya looked back at Izuku, who was still very much in a state of shock. Take a rest. Once we're done talking, we'll head back to Gym Beta for strength training. Izuku wasted no time in turning tail and jogging away towards the benches in the back sections of the gym. Takuya waited until Izuku was out of earshot before turning back towards Toshinori. So he knows you're All Might? Snipe stated. The blonde sputtered in response. Calm down, he didn't tell us your secret. I just know how my student reacts. He knows, doesn't he? Yes, he does. I met young Midoriya a few weeks ago while chasing down a villain. He saw me change into this form, so I gave him a short explanation as long as he promised not to tell anyone. Toshinori said, wincing at the memory. Takuya snorted at that answer. Oh, I know about that, partner. He told us how you left him on the roof of a building instead of following proper victim protocol. By the way, Aizawa wants to skin you for that, so you might want to avoid him for now. Toshinori shivered at his words, which made Takuya smile under his mask. It was moments like this that he was glad he chose to wear a mask for his hero outfit. He would always enjoy watching the uneasiness of others who can't see his expression. May I ask why you're training young Midoriya? It seems cruel to get his hopes up. He has the heart of a hero, but without a quirk, he won't make it in our line of work. All Might asked, his tone innocent. Takuya immediately stiffened and turned his full body towards the number one hero. I'm gonna stop you there before you say something that really grinds my gears. Izuku can and will become a hero if that's what he wants. Him being quirkless doesn't change his heart. I would think you would understand that, seeing that you were there when he ran in guns a-blazing while every pro on the scene watched a young boy slowly die. Takuya was well aware of the anger spilling into his voice but continued. So don't underestimate him and don't come near him again if that's your opinion. My boy doesn't need another person, let alone the number one hero and his idol, telling him to give up on his dreams. Got it? Toshinori nodded cautiously, clearly not expecting that reaction from the normally level-headed and calm hero. I see that you really care for him. Takuya took a centering breath at that. Toshinori, I hate to break it to you, but it's common FANG decency to not shatter a child's dreams after they went through a traumatic event. I would like to continue to believe that the number one hero isn't an ignorant a-hole who practices quirk discrimination, so I would greatly appreciate it if you got your head out of your butt. If you need help, I'm sure Aizawa will be glad to lend a helping hand. The older hero tensed at that and shook his head. That's not necessary. Ida will take your words into consideration. Great. Now get out of my sight before you continue to spew horseshit and I start seriously considering using you for target practice. His words were final and Toshinori took his leave quickly. Takuya counted to 5 before he pulled out his phone. 16:47. Toshinori just dropped by Gym Lambda. Had a little chat. He's walking towards the main building now. BTW. Izawa. 16:48. Thanks. I'll have a little chat of my own with him. 16:49. I witnessed nothing and am just passing on some friendly information about a mutual acquaintance. Don't have too much fun. Remember to meet us at Gym Beta in 15 minutes. The walls were a very calm shade of blue. That was Izuku's first thought when he walked into Hound Dog's office. The room in general gave off a calm vibe. There were several different seating areas scattered around the room, with Hound Dog sitting behind a desk that seemed so small in comparison to the pro hero. Izuku eyed the large egg-shaped chair in the corner before deciding to just sit in the middle of the love seat. The fabric was soft and he tried not to pick at it. Hound Dog had acknowledged his presence when he arrived, his focus on the paperwork in front of him. Izuku waited patiently for the pro to begin the session. He had never been to therapy before, so he wasn't sure what to expect. He just knew that he was really nervous about what Hound Dog would expect of him. After a few more moments of silence, Hound Dog put down the papers and gave Izuku a smile. Hello Midoriya, my name is Inui Ryo, but you probably know me as Hound Dog. You can call me by my hero name if that makes you more comfortable, but I'm fine with Inui-san as well. What would you like to talk about today? Izuku tilted his head in confusion at that. I thought I was here to talk about the sludge incident? Hound Dog got up from his desk and moved towards the nearby armchair. Izuku saw that he had a notebook and pen in his hand and tried not to think about it. He took notes on people all the time. It wasn't judgmental. Notes didn't mean he was being judgmental. While that is the reason that Nakama and Aizawa recommended therapy, we don't have to talk about it if you don't want to. This time is for you to talk to me about anything you want. It can be school, your training, hobbies, anything really. Hound Dog explained. Izuku thought about his words for a second. He could talk about anything? That made this whole therapy session a lot easier to stomach, but he felt weird about avoiding the topic at hand. And his parents had told him to try his best to get the most out of the session. I don't mind talking about it. I just think that everyone is too worried about me. I'm okay. Izuku shyly said. Hound Dog hummed in acknowledgement. So no nightmares or recurring thoughts about that day? Izuku froze at those words. His fingers clenched around the edge of his hoodie sleeves. The past few weeks replayed in his mind. Waking up drenched in sweat, grabbing his throat in a panic. The scalding hot showers in the middle of the night. Early mornings with visible tear tracks on his cheeks and the lingering image of red eyes staring at him with fear. I've had a few nightmares about the first time I met him. When he attacked me under the BR bridge. Hound Dog nodded, his full attention on Izuku. Normally, that would make him even more nervous, but there was something in Hound Dog's eyes that put him at ease. Would you mind telling me about these nightmares? Closing his eyes, Izuku took a deep breath. He could do this. It's just talking. He opened his mouth and let the words flow. Out of all his lessons, Izuku enjoyed his Saturday weaponry lessons the most. Snipe had him focused on the different styles of knife throwing over the past month, and it was amazing to watch himself slowly get better and better with each passing week. He was comfortable with 3 styles so far and looked forward to learning more. So when he walked into the range for his usual Saturday lesson, he was shocked to see Aizawa waiting with Snipe at the weaponry table. Izuku shoved his hands inside his hoodie pocket and made his way over. Hi Aizawa-sensei. I wasn't expecting to see you here. Izuku said, confusion evident in his tone. Snipe chuckled and gave Aizawa a hard pat on the shoulder. The underground hero grunted but said nothing. I wanted to switch things up this week. You've gotten pretty comfortable with knives in the past few weeks, and I have faith in your throwing abilities. So, I wanted to start teaching you close-range weapons. Aizawa is more familiar with using them in the field, so I invited him to join us. Snipe explained. On the weapon table was a different variety of items than usual. He recognized a few of them like a baseball bat, brass knuckles, and several varieties of knives, but there were others that were more confusing and ridiculous. Izuku picked up the morning star and raised an eyebrow at his mentor. Snipe's expression was hidden by his usual mask, but Izuku knew that he was grinning. Pick a few to try and we'll see which ones fit you best. Ideally, I'd like you to have about 4 that you're proficient in, but we'll see. Izuku scrunched his face at that. That seemed like a lot to learn in such a short amount of time. He set down the morning star on the table with care. Is that just 4 close-range weapons or weapons in general? Because I'm really excited for when we get to guns, so I don't want to spread myself too thin in weapon training. Aizawa stiffened at Izuku's words and turned to face Snipe. You're teaching him to shoot a gun? That is my specialty, but right now we are focusing on knives and other projectiles. Guns will be during month 4. He's 14. Snipe snorted at his words. I learned to shoot at your point? Izuku shifted with nervous energy. I mean, American Hero Academies teach basic weapons training during their first year and they're the same age as me. Maya-san said that firearm training is a really important part of their curriculum. He interjected. Snipe nodded in agreement. Aizawa looked at the mentor and student in front of him and let out a long sigh. Just pick your first weapon, Izuku. The green-haired boy took another long look at the array in front of him one more time. Reaching towards the knives sections, he carefully picked up his stiletto knife. Aizawa grinned at his selection. Oh, I'm in danger. Aizawa still looked exhausted already, but Izuku couldn't be more excited. He was going on a patrol run with the Eraserhead. Granted, it was during the day and Izuku was only going because Aizawa wanted to put his endurance and gymnastics training to use. But he was going on a patrol run. He bounced on his heels as Aizawa took him towards the starting point of the route. The pro had chosen this specific route to give Izuku the chance to get used to running between buildings and keeping momentum in a way that was much harder in the crowded streets. If Izuku decided to go underground, this would become his new normal. Once they climbed onto the first rooftop using the fire escape and a few choice footholds, Aizawa turned to Izuku and took something out of his pocket. This is a communication earpiece. It's automatically synced to the same frequency as mine. This button here is what you will press to talk. The one next to it turns it on and off. Aizawa demonstrated for Izuku before narrowing his eyes. I'm showing you this so that you don't accidentally do it. You are to keep it on at all times during this exercise, got it? Yes, sir. Aizawa handed him the tiny device and Izuku quickly put it on. There was a slight static to begin with before it cleared to silence. He watched Aizawa tap his ear once to turn on his own comm device. I'm going to let you run ahead of me. You are to keep about 15 to 20 meters of distance at most, and you cannot engage in any incident we might stumble upon. It's 4 p.m. on a Monday, so I don't think we'll run into anything, but you don't have a hero license yet, so don't do something stupid. This is just to get you used to this type of hero training. Izuku nodded quickly. Aizawa stared at him for a moment longer before sighing and gesturing forward. Izuku grinned and took off towards the next rooftop. Don't think, just let your body fly. This is so much easier than some of the sautes Akari-sensei has you doing on the regular. He built up his momentum until the last possible moment and then threw himself into a standard jump. Eyes wide, Izuku grinned at the rush of exhilaration that went through him for that short moment in midair. He could see why Aizawa preferred this. There was something almost addictive about the freedom you felt when alone on the rooftops. Landing with ease, he didn't slow down before taking off for the next one. Distantly, he could hear the slightest of sounds behind him that reminded him of his shadow but tried not to focus on it. This was for him to get used to the motions. Once he could move like this without a thought, he could focus on actually paying attention to his surroundings. Izuku winced at one of his harder landings, tucking into a quick roll so that he didn't stumble and fall face first. He would have to look into reinforcing whatever shoes he wore in the future to take the rough landings. And probably padding in some key places of his costume. It's only about 30 minutes in that Izuku started to slow down and attempt to take in the scenery around him. He knew that patrolling wasn't a speed run, and the faster he went, the more exhausted he was going to feel later. And Akari-sensei wasn't fond of excuses when it came to being sluggish during lessons. He gilded over another small alleyway, content to continue on, when a voice from below caught his attention. Skidding to a stop, Izuku made his way back towards the alleyway and looked below. Two large men had cornered someone in the darker portion of the small space. Their voices were gruff but floated up towards Izuku. If you know what's good for you, you'll just hand over your wallet. I'm sure a rich bastard like you won't miss it anyway. One of the men said, something in his hand glinting in the low light. Oh look, a knife. Izuku looked back up to guess how far away Aizawa was. Damen, he definitely went a little farther than 20 meters. It was going to take too much time to just wait for him to get here. Looking back down at the alley, Izuku spoke into the comm. Hey Aizawa-sensei, there's a man threatening someone down here at knife point. I'm just gonna drop in real quick and see what they need from some junior high kid, okay? Izuku, don't you dare dash. Izuku didn't hear the rest as he turned his comm off. Oops. He gave Aizawa a small wave and then jumped down into the alleyway, right behind the two men. The sound of his landing caused 3 sets of eyes to turn towards him. Izuku smiled at the two men with a nervous energy about him. Some more thought should have gone into this. You know, it's really not nice to threaten someone with a knife. At least that's what my sensei tells me. Guns are the more effective intimidation weapon. The men were obviously thrown off their rhythm by his sudden appearance. Where the F did you come from? Izuku looked past the would-be muggers and made eye contact with the boy. Wide violet eyes stared back at him with bewilderment. The roof, of course. Where else could I come from? Izuku answered kindly, stalling from time. Any minute now. You two should really leave now though. My sensei is not really someone you want to meet. He should be dropping by soon. The glint of a knife flashed towards him. Oh, that's a rather dull blade. He obviously does not take care of his weapons. Amateur. The armed man made a move towards Izuku just as another figure dropped into the alleyway. The green-haired boy's grin widened. Too late. Aizawa jumped into action without hesitation, his capture weapon floating around him in a vaguely terrifying way. So this was what Eraserhead looked like in action. What the hell did I say about turning off your communication device? Aizawa yelled at him as he pulled the armed man towards him and slammed his elbow into the man's forehead. You were explicitly told not to engage, and what did you do? Engage. Izuku chose to ignore his angry teacher for now and scrambled out of range. He made his way towards the purple-haired boy's side and looked him over. Other than his uniform being roughed up, he seemed unhurt. Are you okay? They didn't hurt you, right? The boy stared at him, his eyes only leaving for a second to look at the scuffle happening to the side. How the hell did you get here, you little gremlin? Holy shit, is that Eraserhead? The words were whispered under his breath, but Izuku took that as a sign that he was physically fine. Oh, I'm Midoriya Izuku. We were just strolling by and I decided to stop in. What's your name? He asked happily. In his peripheral vision, he could see Aizawa on the phone with someone, standing over the unconscious bodies of the muggers. Probably the police. That's standard protocol, right? Now that the men were subdued, the boy relaxed slightly. He was still cautious about Izuku's general presence, which was understandable. Shinso Hitoshi. Is that Eraserhead? You. Izuku froze at that familiar tone. Turning, Izuku tried to give Aizawa a sweet smile. It seemed like he was done talking to the police. We will be talking about your punishment for turning off your comm again when we get back to UA. Understood? Izuku nodded vigorously. He was going to regret this tomorrow. Aizawa sighed and turned to face Shinso. The police are on their way. They'll want your statement, but it shouldn't take long. Are you okay? Do you need to contact your parents? The boy stared at Aizawa with awe as it finally sank in that this was definitely Eraserhead. Izuku could sympathize with his inability to speak in the presence of a pro-hero. My mom is currently in Korea on a business trip, but I'm able to get home on my own. No need to worry, Eraserhead, sir. You shouldn't walk home alone, especially after almost getting mugged. Izuku stated, frowning at the thought. The chance of him getting in trouble again was slim, but not zero. He turned to look at his teacher. We can escort him home, right? Just in case. Shinso tried to sputter out a protest but stopped at Aizawa's long sigh. The pro hero looked so exhausted at the turn of this conversation. Are you going to drop it, problem child? Nope. Aizawa gave Shinso a look of pity before shrugging. Unfortunately, he has decided that you do indeed need an escort and neither one of us is going to change his mind. It's best to just accept the course of action. Shinso looked back at Izuku with more confusion. Izuku simply gave him a bright smile in response. Maybe this is the start of a great friendship. Izuku took a deep breath as the music began to play. Keeping count in his head, he moved into position and let loose. This routine was ingrained into him at this point, muscle memory taking over as he moved. For once, he felt completely calm. Most days, his mind was racing at all times, not stopping even as he slept. But here, surrounded by the familiar notes of classical music, he finally felt at ease. Learning ballet was probably a really good outlet for my anxiety. I should keep up with this even after training is over. He stumbled slightly as the music quickened, falling slightly out of a turn. Pushing down the immediate feeling of guilt and fear, Izuku recovered and moved forward. Don't focus on your mistakes during the performance. Get through the routine, finish strong, then analyze later. The music began to rise into its crescendo and Izuku couldn't help but smile. He was almost done. Leaping through the air, he pushed forward. Learning ballet was harder than anything else Snipe has asked him to do, but he appreciated it now. It had definitely changed how he moved in his day-to-day life. Snapping into his final position, he attempted to catch his breath. The music faded away and Izuku opened his eyes for the first time. They were immediately drawn toward Akari-sensei. She stood by the doorway, analyzing his every move. After another moment, she nodded in approval. Izuku relaxed and took a seat. Critique time. You're no prima ballerina, but for 3 months of work that was pretty good. You've been doing the exercises I've told you about on your off days, yes? I think the stretches have really been helpful. If you had told me 4 months ago that I would be able to do front and side splits, I would have laughed. Izuku answered, grinning with pride. His flexibility was probably his new favorite skill to show off. The fact that he could almost lift his leg to his ear was amazing and a fun way to stretch at random times. Akari-sensei chuckled at that. You still need to work towards mastering your true front split, but you've met my expectations so far. If you continue progressing like this, I might even teach you a more contemporary style to diversify your movements. The girls in my advanced class will be more than happy to help with that, I'm sure. Izuku felt his cheeks reddened at the mention of the advanced ballet class. Their class time overlapped with Izuku's lessons on Thursdays and the girls had developed a habit of watching his lessons and offering to help at any chance. He was still getting used to their friendly teasing and attention, but Akari-sensei had no problem reminding him of their enthusiasm. Clapping her hands, Akari-sensei grinned. Okay, 5-minute break and then we'll move to the gymnasium. You still have some ways to go on your round-offs and dismounts. The light from his lamp created a slight glint off his laptop screen, but there wasn't much he could do about it. This was what you dealt with when writing analysis at midnight. He looked down at the sparse page in frustration. Izuku had decided to start an entry on Foxglove, partly for research and partly for his own curiosity about the quirkless hero. However, the entire project had turned into an ordeal. He felt lost on how to organize his thoughts. Normally, the entry would start with the hero's quirk and then let the rest of it flow naturally. Fighting style, support gear, everything worked off the basis of a quirk. So how was he supposed to do this without a base? He couldn't even replace it with a focus on his support gear since the details of his items were closely guarded secrets. Only the information that Foxglove wanted to be public was public and no other designer was involved. It was all of his own personal work. Sighing, Izuku pressed play on the next video he had queued up. It was an old interview from Foxglove's debut year. It was a fluff piece, mostly focused on his origin story and the reason behind his name and costume. On screen, the American hero laughed and adjusted his fox ear hood. It's kind of a long explanation. Foxglove refers to a flower that most people know, but the name comes from some folk myths that foxes used the flowers to cover their paws so that they could move silently. A support gear of sorts for foxes if you will. I knew I wanted something related to foxes, so it was perfect really. The host leaned in, clearly not expecting that. Why foxes? Most people see them as tricksters or cheats in folklore, correct? Foxglove's smirk was visible, his yellow eyes glinting under the fluorescent studio lights. Right on the money. Foxes are clever and able to get out of tricky situations, but people look down on them. They are prey creatures after all. I felt that was a pretty good comparison to how I'm seen by some. A cheater for relying on gear or a trickster who beat the system. So I took that and ran with it. Let them call me that. It doesn't change the fact that I'm a quirkless hero that's rising through the ranks and showing the world you don't need a fancy quirk to follow your dreams. Izuku paused the video and let those words sink in. He could relate to the sentiment of being looked down on. Being accused of cheating or lying about things he worked hard for. His mind wandered back to the questions Snipe had asked him during their first meeting. What kind of hero do you want to be? When he was younger, the answer was obvious. He wanted to be like All Might, who saved people with a smile. The next symbol of peace. But that wasn't the role he wanted anymore. Not after seeing the toll it had taken on All Might physically and mentally. The #1 hero had given almost everything to portraying himself as an unstoppable force of nature. Izuku appreciated the work he did but knew that he couldn't do that. He knew himself well enough that if he put that kind of pressure on himself, it would slowly eat him alive. Being a spotlight hero wouldn't be bad though. It would allow him to be a source of inspiration for other kids like him. His eyes drifted back to look at the screen. How much would his life have changed if he had seen a hero like Foxglove when he had gotten his diagnosis? Would his mother have been more supportive if he could have shown her someone like him being a hero? It would be amazing if he could give another quirkless kid the hope they need to follow their dreams, especially with the statistics surrounding the quirkless community. He also wouldn't mind being an underground or specialty hero like Snipe or Eraserhead. The anonymity was comforting in a way. Both of them could walk around without being swarmed by people and keep those close to them safe. He was 90% sure that Aizawa was married based on the few things he had said about his personal life, but it was still in the air. He had no clue about Snipe other than the fact that he had no kids and didn't plan on ever having children. Either way, if Izuku, who saw these men on a daily basis, knew so little, the general public wouldn't stand a chance. And there was something fulfilling about helping those that often get left behind, even if you don't get credit for it. It was one of the reasons he liked Eraserhead so much. Groaning, Izuku shut his computer to save his eyes from even more strain. He needed to go to sleep. The first order of business was to pass the entrance exam and get into the hero course. Then he could worry about the kind of hero he would be in the future. So the past few weeks have been going well? Are the other kids at school still ignoring you? Hound Dog asked. Izuku shrugged his shoulders, a task that was a lot harder than it should be since he was sitting upside down on the couch. Inui-san had told him that he could move and sit however he wanted to be the most comfortable, and Izuku ran with that. Therapy had become something that Izuku enjoyed in a way. The first session about the sludge incident had really helped, and when Inui-san had asked if he wanted to continue therapy, Izuku agreed. The past couple had been relatively lighthearted, focusing on his anxiety and his feelings around becoming a hero. Izuku had told Hound Dog a few things about his school life but tried to keep it as vague as possible. Yeah, but I don't mind if they ignore me. It's better than the teasing, you know? Apparently, the news broadcast of the sludge incident showed me, throwing the knife at the villain? So that made a lot of kids back off. Then the fact that Kaken hasn't been as mean lately really helped. I think a lot of people picked on me because they saw him doing it, and if my childhood friend did, why couldn't they? It's been mostly the same in all honesty. Izuku explained, playing with the strings of his hoodie. I actually wanted to talk to you today about your school records. I had requested them as a favor to Snipe to make sure that there wouldn't be anything we needed to worry about for your admissions, and was surprised at what I saw. Hound Dog stated, the beginnings of a frown on his face. Izuku tensed at his words. Oh yeah, his record. That was probably a problem. Slowly, he flipped himself over and back into a normal seating position, pulling one of his knees to his chest. Oh. Your grades since the start of middle school are incredibly average and there are several marks from a few years ago. All for fighting or causing a disturbance. In every report I saw, you were listed as the instigator. Izuku focused his eyes on the cuff of his hoodie, rubbing his fingers against the well-worn fabric. He should probably get a new one. Maybe he could ask for one for his birthday? Is that going to affect my acceptance into UA? Inwison shook his head and a small section of his knotted stomach relaxed. None of the marks are serious enough to stop your enrollment, and as long as you score well on the written exam, your past grades shouldn't be a problem. I didn't bring this up to scold you, Midoriya. I've gotten to know you over the past few months, and none of this sounds like you. So I want to know your side of the story. He explained. Izuku could feel the pro-hero's kind eyes staring at him, waiting for his response. Taking a shaky breath, Izuku looked up and made eye contact with him. He was still getting used to the fact that there were now adults, authority figures, who he could trust. It had been some time since he felt like there were people outside of his parents who cared about his well-being. But he didn't want to tell Snipe or Aizawa about his problems at school. Izuku doubted he would ever be truly ready to tell them the full story about his school life. Both of them had a scorched earth approach to anyone hurting Izuku, and the last thing he needed was for word to get out that two pro-heroes walked into Aldra and caused a scene because of useless Deku. But Hound Dog was different. He had let Izuku talk about his problems at his own pace and never judged him. He also had never told Snipe or Aizawa about what was said during sessions. The confidentiality policy was a comforting reassurance for the green-haired boy. Inui-san had said that he would only have to talk to someone if he felt like Izuku was a danger to himself or others, or if another person was in some sort of danger. Izuku's past bullying incidents didn't fall into either category. He could trust Hound Dog. And this was all in the past, so it would be fine. Slowly, Izuku nodded and dropped his gaze back to his sleeve. Was that a hole? Yep, he needed a new one. It started when I got diagnosed as quirkless back in elementary school. It started so small at first that I didn't even realize what was happening. Kids would pick on me or get too rough during recess, and when I told the teachers, they would dismiss it. I was too sensitive or fragile due to my condition, allegedly. I was a kid, so I didn't really know what to do. My parents tried to help me, but when the teachers didn't do anything, what could they really do other than tell me to ignore it? Izuku started. He was going to cry, he just knew it. DMN, he had been doing pretty well about not bursting into tears on a regular basis. He took a steadying breath before he continued. As I got older, the teachers stopped believing me. I was either the instigator and should have just left the others alone, or I was lying. Their star students would never do anything like that. Middle school was when my grades started getting affected. I noticed that my assignments were graded slightly different than everyone else. Every small mistake was a mark against me. Occasionally, homework would get lost. I think the only reason they didn't fail me was because of standardized testing. I aced every exam they put in front of me, but my rankings still dropped. I tried to confront a teacher once. He rolled his eyes at me and told me that I was just being lazy with my work, and if I wanted to get somewhere in life, I would have to work harder than everyone else since I'm quirkus. A hollow laugh left his body without permission, and he looked back up at Hound Dog. I always thought it was to boost the rankings of the kids with amazing and heroic quirks. After all, they were the ones that needed a good record to apply for hero schools. A high ranking would have been wasted on a quirkless child. Hound Dog seemed upset at Izuku's words. Are you saying that your school tampered with your grades and actively discriminated against you for your quirk status? Well, yeah, Izuku responded instantly, blinking in confusion at the question. I mean, I don't know if they tampered with grades, but of course they discriminated against me. Everyone does. Weak quirks are pushed to the side and they focus on strong or flashy quirks. It's just normal. Midoriya, that's illegal. You do know that quirk discrimination is illegal, right? Schools aren't allowed to discriminate against their students. They could get shut down if these allegations were reported to the right people. And if it is on an institutional level like you're describing, they probably should be shut down. Hound Dog explained carefully. Izuku felt his perspective shift an inch to the left. Shut down? That seemed a little excessive. Oh, well, I don't know if they deserve to get shut down. I mean, I'm still doing pretty well and they do good things for the other dash. What about the next quirkless student that comes through those doors? Those words made Izuku's mouth snap shut. He looked at the ground and hugged his knee. He knew that he was the only quirkless kid attending Aldra right now, but he wasn't blind. There were other kids that went through similar things. But at least they had quirks, even if it was a weak one. That alone lessened the incidents immensely. Hound Dog let out a sigh at Izuku's silence, but put away the pages and grabbed his usual small notebook. You've told me about the verbal bullying before, but from what you've said today, there was more than that. Did your peers physically bully you as well? Inui-san's voice was gentle, but Izuku still winced at his words. In the past, but not recently. The last time was at the very beginning of the school year. Izuku rubbed the top part of his left arm, his hoodie covering the burn scar underneath. His voice was barely a whisper. They would occasionally test their quirks on me. You know, to see if they had gotten better at using them. A low growl echoed through the room, making Izuku look up at Hound Dog. The pro-hero was visually tense, his teeth bared. That's terrifying. He didn't know what expression he was making, but it was enough for Hound Dog to stop. Izuku watched with wide eyes as Inui-san walked himself through some breathing exercises. I apologize. That was very unprofessional of me to do that during a session. I've had similar experiences in the past, so I tend to get upset when I hear about someone else, especially someone as young as you, going through that. Hound Dog calmly explained. Nedu feels the same way as me, for obvious reasons. So, if you ever feel comfortable enough to tell him about your past, be aware of that. He takes no prisoners when it comes to the safety of those in his care. Never mention this to Nedu if I want Aldra to still be standing at the end of the day. Got it? He would decimate them if he knew. Do you feel comfortable telling me the names of the kids who physically attacked you? No. Izuku cringed at his volume. No I don't. I don't want them to get in trouble. They're just kids following the example of the adults around them. It seems unfair to ruin their lives for something like that. Hound Dog frowned at his words, which was still an odd expression on the canine hero. He slowly intertwined his fingers in front of his face. I would like to be honest with you. Personally, I don't agree with that decision. But as a professional, I'm going to respect your wishes and not push. If you ever change your mind, please let me know. Izuku nodded slowly. Inui-san studied him for a moment. You don't have to explain anything or tell me besides a yes or no, but I want you to answer the next question honestly. Has anyone, teacher or student, ever suicide baited you? Izuku squeezed his eyes shut and felt his nails bite through the fabric of his hoodie. He should have seen this question coming. Yes. They were all students. The most recent one was at the beginning of this year. Have you now or in the past ever thought about Dash? No. No, I couldn't do that. Not to my parents. That would destroy my mom. Hound Dog nodded, relief on his face. Thank you for your honesty. Do you want to talk about it? Izuku shook his head. He would definitely cry if they had to unpack all of that right now. That's fine, you don't have to. Since you're not in direct danger of harming yourself, I'm not required to report the suicide baiting to anyone if you don't want me to. However, I would like to talk to Nedu about your school's actions towards you and other students, including the fact that the staff turned a blind eye when it came to bullying. He can request an investigation be done to see how long this has been going on and the true scope of it. Izuku rested his cheek against his knee. That was probably the right thing to do. They were adults after all. They should know better than to treat children in their care like this. I'm okay with that. See, can we please change the subject? Hound Dog nodded, smiling his usual comforting smile at Izuku. Sure thing, pup. How's your notebook project going? Bang. The sound reverberated through the shooting range, echoing for several seconds. Izuku stared at the gun in his hand with wide eyes. That was exhilarating. Lowering the weapon, he winced and shook out his right wrist. In his peripheral vision, he saw Snipe gesture at his ear muffs. He carefully placed the weapon back on the table next to him and slipped the muffs off. The eye protection colored the room in a slight yellow, but that wasn't too distracting. You'll get used to the recoil the more you practice. We can test out several models to see which one is a good fit for you once you get the basics down. Snipe stated. Izuku's eyes drifted towards the edges of Snipe's mask. Do you wear specific ear protection under your mask while on duty? I know you put in the small earplugs for today, but that was a lot louder than I was expecting. Izuku asked. The fact that it was that loud even through his own protection made him wonder just how officers were able to use guns on a regular basis. Surely they would experience hearing problems? Snipe chuckled, muttering again. The short answer is no, I don't. In an open area, the sound isn't too bad. It's just something else you get used to as you practice and use your weapon out in the field. In a closed space like this shooting range is a different story. Especially if multiple people are shooting. Now, get back into position. Izuku's face flushed at the mention of his bad habit, but he nodded and slipped his muffs back on. With the gun in hand, he moved back to the position that Snipe had shown him. It felt awkward, to say the least. Snipe walked closer to him and carefully adjusted his grip and stance. Once he was satisfied, he stepped out of Izuku's box. Keep both eyes open and take a deep breath. On the exhale, pull the trigger. Go! Snipe ordered, his voice carrying in the closed space. Izuku nodded and focused on the target at the end of the range. He could do this. Bang. Izuku swallowed nervously as he took yet another strange turn. Was this really the way to Nezu's office? He felt like he had been walking for a while now, his two most recent notebooks and a new tablet clutched to his chest. The tablet had been a gift from PL so that he could begin his note transfer to digital. It was clearly the newest model and Izuku treated it like his child. He was still working on the program to hold his notes, but he had moved over at least 3 of his older notes into the device already. Taking another turn, Snipe finally came into view and he let out a small sigh of relief. He was really hoping he wasn't lost. His mentor gestured towards the door he was waiting near and Izuku jogged over to meet him. As soon as he stepped in front of the door, it swung open without warning. Come in, come in. Prepared some tea for the occasion. A small voice called from inside the room. Izuku cautiously walked through the open doorway, Snipe following close behind. Standing in on a rather large desk chair was Principal Nedu. A slightly unsettling smile graced the hybrid's face as he excitedly waved the pair over. Izuku took his seat quickly, quietly thanking Nedu for the tea. Snipe snorted at the young boy's manners and fell into the other open seat. This was going to be interesting. Once Izuku was seated, Nedu followed his example and took a small sip of his own cup. So Midoriya-kun, have you been enjoying your time at UA? I understand that Nakama-san is training you for our entrance exam. Why, sir. Thank you so much for allowing me to use your facilities. It's been amazing to train on UA grounds. Izuku quickly answered, tightening his grip on his notebook. He felt like he was going to throw up. This was so much more nerve-wracking than when he met Snipe. Of course. I was intrigued when Nakama-san informed me that he was taking on a personal student and requested the use of our grounds. He has never taken on a student as young as you. Prefers to stick to his 3rd years for the most part. Nedu explained, his eyes trained on Izuku. You must be very special for him to take you as his protégé. Izuku was not even given time to stammer out a response before Nedu continued. Can I see your analysis work? I've heard so much about it and have been looking forward to our meeting for so long. Nodding, Izuku gave Nedu his current notebook first. He paused for a moment and quickly unlocked the tablet, scrolling through his entries until he found the one he was looking for. I really hope he likes this. Izuku carefully handed the hero the tablet. Nedu paused as he looked at the tablet screen and picked it up. He carefully moved through the encrypted entry, taking in the entire work. Is this me? Why your file, sir? It is nowhere near my best work because it's really hard to find information about your quirk and your time before UA, but I based a lot of it on footage from your court cases and the eye interviews you did when you first became the principal of UA. Izuku explained, wincing at his stutter. He was getting better at controlling it, technically, but his nerves always got the better of him at times like this. This code is what you've been working on with Power Loader? It's rather unique. 4-step process switching between 3 codes, one of which PL and I came up with on our own. I'm hoping that's enough to keep the information safe. Nedu hummed in approval at that. And may I ask why the entry title is Pinky and the Brain? Izuku's face flushed automatically. He didn't forget about that detail, but he was foolishly hoping he wouldn't ask. I figured that it would be weird to name all of my entries with the actual name of the person. But encoding all of the names made it difficult for me to find entries easily. So, I came up with code names for everyone. Why you can choose a different name if you don't like that one though. Nezu's smile edged towards Feral as he turned to Snipe. Oh, I like him. Get in line. The mouse bear simply laughed at his curt response and handed Izuku back the tablet. I can't wait to see what kind of hero you become, Midoriya-kun. I look forward to your attendance at our school. He promptly ignored Izuku's stuttering and grabbed the notebook. If you ever need any help or advice, please stop by my office. You can drop by at any time. Now, let's take a look at this analysis work. Hitoshi took another long sip of his iced coffee, his eyes never leaving his phone. Around him, the bustle of the city created a small hum of constant noise. It was a little on the warm side to be sitting on the outside patio of the coffee shop, but Hitoshi preferred it to the excessively noisy inside seating. He shouldn't be surprised that Midoriya was late, but he usually gets a text about it. Then again, it was Wednesday. Midoriya never left lessons on time on Wednesdays, even if it was summer break. Shinso-kun. A familiar voice yelled, causing Hitoshi to look up. He watched with slight amusement as Midoriya ran towards him, gracefully moving through the crowd to avoid others. It was obvious to anyone watching that the boy had dancing experience by how he spun and moved with ease. Hitoshi gave him a small wave of acknowledgement as he got closer. Soon enough, the green-haired boy fell into the seat opposite of Hitoshi, panting from his run. Hitoshi raised a singular eyebrow at him. How was he always smiling like that? It was too bright for it to be normal. Sorry about making you wait. I've been looking forward to hanging out with you since we've both been busy since my birthday, but I got caught up working with PL on some analysis stuff and lost track of time. Midoriya rushed out. Hitoshi shrugged and pushed the still cold tea drink towards his friend. It's fine, I haven't been waiting long. I got you the usual. Hitoshi replied coolly. Midoriya sighed with relief as he took a sip of the offered drink. You really should stop buying my drinks all the time. I can pay. I might not live in a mansion like someone, but I can afford to pay for our drinks every so often. Midoriya insisted. The sentiment fell flat between the two since both knew that Hitoshi would continue to pay for Midoriya's food and drinks unless Midoriya got to their meet-up location first. Which rarely happened. How's your break been? Hitoshi shrugged. Mom came back in town for a few days, so we went to Disneyland Tokyo. Mostly, I've been wasting my time playing video games or buying gifts for future holidays. I got your Christmas gift, by the way. That drew a groan from the boy. My birthday was literally last month. How do you even find things to buy anymore? Insomnia and online shopping is a dangerous combination. How's training going? Oh, it's been great. Since it's break, our sessions are longer and that's been a lot of help. Additionally, Snipe and PL agreed to let me analyze a few of the third-year support students' quirks. There's this one girl who is able to change the physical properties of any item she touches. She mostly uses it when making gear to change the boiling point or increase the durability of the material, but there are so many other applications. And there's this third-year boy that is basically a walking weather predictor because he can sense the change in air currents and atmospheric pressure. That one was really fun to try and figure out. Midoriya began to rant, his voice edging towards muttering. Hitoshi tapped on the table twice to politely bring him back. Sorry. Anyway, my physical training has been going pretty well. Snipe wants me to incorporate some boxing into my fighting style since I liked the brass knuckles. We've been working on that and Aizawa-sensei has me practicing surprise and stealth attacks. It finally feels like I'm improving from everything. Midoriya paused to take a sip of his tea. Hitoshi took that opportunity to snort at his friend's statement. I mean, your improvement is obvious to anyone with working eyes. Midoriya tilted his head in confusion at that statement. His obliviousness is endearing when you look past the fact that he frequently analyzes people to an alarmingly accurate degree. Midoriya, you're kinda ripped now. I know you like to wear baggy clothes and all, but no amount of fabric is going to hide those broad-butt shoulders. I've clocked at least 3 different people doing double takes as they passed by. Hitoshi watched with quiet glee as Midoriya began to turn a bright red and attempt to stammer out a response. It was fun riling his friend up. Midoriya was easily flustered the moment you began complimenting him, and Hitoshi had started doing just that when he figured it out. The shorter boy needed the self-esteem boost in any case. Anyway, have you started preparing for the entrance exam? It's only 5-ish months away. Midoriya managed to get out after a moment in a desperate attempt to take the attention off of himself. Hitoshi leaned back in his chair at that question. I mean, I can't really practice with my quirk, but I've been studying for the written exam and am pretty sure I'll get a decent score on that. Mom offered to hire a tutor and I told her that I'd rather give up caffeine than have to listen to another old man drone on about Japanese history in my free time. But you're doing physical training, right? Hitoshi made a sweeping gesture towards himself. Does it look like I've done any physical training? But the entrance exam is notorious for being biased to physical quirks. You can't just bank on your quirk. Midoriya insisted, his face scrunched in a frown. That wasn't an expression Hitoshi saw very often. If I can't make it through the exam, I'll just have to pull an Eraserhead and transfer in by winning the sports festival. The answer was supposed to placate his friend, but instead, Midoriya went into muttering mode. Hitoshi sighed but didn't interrupt him. Instead, he focused back on his almost empty iced coffee. He probably shouldn't get another one since this is his 4th cup of coffee today, but Mom had just bought that new French press that he hadn't tried yet. A loud clapping sound dragged Hitoshi's attention back towards the boy sitting across from him. Oh, that was a look of determination. That couldn't be good. That's it. Shinso-kun, I have a great idea that will help you get ready for the exam. Hitoshi raised his eyebrow at that vague statement. Do I get to know what the idea is? Nope. Midoriya shot him an alarmingly bright smile. It's going to be a surprise. I'm not sure I want to know what this gremlin's idea of a surprise is. Ignorance is bliss. Hitoshi let out a small sigh. Keep your secrets then. Did you ever find out more about the telekinesis quirk the new teaching assistant has? Hitoshi smiled internally at how excitedly Midoriya jumped into his analysis. Almost getting mugged that day was probably the best thing that could have happened to him. Izuku! Maya screamed from the doorway of Gym Beta before breaking into a run towards him. Izuku braced himself and managed to catch the American in his arms with only a slight groan. Maya let out a laugh at that and pulled away enough to look at his face. Her long legs wrapped around his waist to help him keep balance. It didn't help much seeing that she still had 3 inches of height on him and was built like an Amazonian. For months ago, he would have been a stuttering mess at the thought of holding a girl like this. Now though, he was a little too used to girls expecting him to catch them thanks to the advanced ballet class. It's so good to see you. Man, that plane trip is a FING beach. I passed out for like 10 hours when we got in yesterday. Izuku giggled at her words and set her back down on the floor. Yeah, it's a little bit of a recovery PRD. So, you're in town for a week? Yes. Maya is required to report to Artemis Academy 2 days after we get back home. I wish we could stay longer. Astra answered as she followed her sister at a walking pace. It's good to see you, Izuku. Uncle Takuya. It's been 3 years now, hasn't it? Snipe chuckled and removed his hat and mask to properly hug his niece without encumbrance. I believe so. You were still in high school and a brat. I suppose Maya is now the brat of the family. Maya paid her uncle no attention. Instead, she continued to grin at Izuku. You've been practicing. I'm so excited to be here. It's been ages since I've been to Japan and I missed having my sparring partner. We have to spar again now that you have some training. Oh, I also want to see you do your weapons training. You know, to see if Uncle Takuya's teaching is up to par. Hey brat, watch who you're talking to. I was the one who taught you to shoot. Snipe called back at her. Maya rolled her eyes and turned to stick her tongue out at him. It was then that Aizawa decided to make his presence known. Rising from his napping spot behind the benches, the pro-hero stretched and gave each of them an exhausted glare. "I see that your relatives are just as loud as you are," he deadpanned. Izuku saw Maya freeze out of the corner of his eye. He gave his friend a look of concern, only to see her staring at Aizawa with wide eyes. "Oh my lord, that's Eraserhead," she whispered to herself. "I'm in the same room as Eraserhead." Astra laughed at her sister. "Oh, look out. Maya is about to go into fangirl mode." Her sister's words seemed to bring her back to the current situation, and Maya rushed over to where Aizawa was standing. "You're Eraserhead, the erasure hero. I'm so excited to see you in person. I've been a fan of yours since I was a kid," she said, managing not to stumble over the foreign words. Aizawa raised an eyebrow and looked at Snipe. "Did you tell her about me?" Maya shook her head vehemently. No, Uncle Takuya made fun of me when he found out that I thought you were cool. When I got my quirk, I searched for hours for a hero that had a similar quirk as me. I ended up finding the footage from your third-year sports festival and got so excited. After that, I tried to follow your career as a pro as much as I could, which is really hard to do, by the way. Izuku looked at his friend with fondness. This was the first time that he had seen Maya so excited and nervous at the same time. He had already known about her admiration for Eraserhead as a hero from their video calls, but he didn't know she had looked up to him for so long. It was nice to see the glee on her face. The silver-haired girl began to search through her purse with intense concentration before grinning and pulling out a postcard-like paper. "See, can you please sign this for me? It's a custom artwork print that I got a couple of years back. It would mean the world to me if I got it signed by you," she asked shyly. Snipe let out a small chuckle at his niece's antics and Aizawa's obvious surprise. "Come on, Aizawa, you can't disappoint your biggest fan," he teased. Aizawa stared at the print for a second before sighing and grabbing the offered Sharpie. "Sure, kid. What's your quirk?" Maya bounced with excitement as she watched him sign the corner of the artwork. "Oh, it's called Nullify. I can nullify anyone's quirk that I touch, including mutation types. I'm also immune to quirks and their direct effects." She quietly thanked him once he was handed the signed print to her, clutching it close to her heart. "Powerful quirk. Has the potential to do a lot of good if you continue to train and work hard towards being a hero," Aizawa gruffly said. Maya's grin stretched across her face at his words. Izuku took that moment to cut in. "I was actually wondering if both of you would be okay in doing a quick experiment for me, since you're both here." "Sure." Maya agreed immediately, turning to give Izuku her full attention. Aizawa was less enthusiastic. "What is it?" Izuku walked over the two and quickly positioned them directly in front of each other. Maya slipped her new priceless possession back into her purse and waited expectantly. "Okay, so Aizawa-sensei, hold out your hand. Maya, hover your hand directly above his, without gloves." The two followed his directions, careful not to touch. "Okay, on the count of 3, Aizawa-sensei is going to activate his quirk at the same time that Maya touches his hand. I want to see what happens when 2 quirk-canceling quirks come into contact with each other." "Oh, cool." Maya's excitement was infectious for most, but Aizawa just seemed to become even more exhausted at the two's antics. Izuku nodded and began the count. 1, 2, 3. Maya gently touched Aizawa's hand as he activated his quirk. For 3 solid seconds, the pair didn't react. Then both of them jumped away from each other, breaking contact. Aizawa closed his eyes and groaned while Maya stared at her hand in shock. "Are you okay? What happened?" Izuku asked, slightly concerned at their shaken expressions. I felt my quirk factor short out for a second, as if someone tried to cut the connection. My immunity kicked back in after that. Kinda like a reboot of sorts." Maya explained. She quickly put her gloves back on. Aizawa opened his eyes again and gave Izuku an exhausted look. "It felt like my quirk was being forcibly shut off. Almost like it was being broken from inside me," he explained. Astra let out a low whistle and moved to check on her sister. Izuku nodded, muttering to himself different theories as his hands involuntarily searched for a pen and paper. Maya waved off her sister's concern and shook the tension out of her shoulders. I can see why people are so afraid of my ability now. Being cut off from my quirk factor was horrible. Yes, I can see why it's off-putting. We're never doing that again. Aizawa agreed. Straightening up, he cleared his throat in an attempt to get Izuku's attention. Come on, problem child. It's time for your lesson. Izuku looked at the familiar obstacle course in front of him with determination. It had been a while since he ran it, but he knew that he had drastically improved. Next to him, Maya stretched one last time before sinking into her starting position. She shot him a smirk. Don't be too sad when I beat you. It's nothing personal. Izuku laughed at her confidence. I'm not the same kid I was 5 months ago. I would have thought your 2 spar losses would have proven that. From the sidelines, the 3 pro heroes watched with amusement. Snipe stepped forward. Okay, you two. First to cross the finish line wins. You can do anything as long as you stay on course. Ready, set, go. He announced. Both of the teens shot off at his words and dived into the maze of an obstacle course in front of them. Snipe stepped back and leaned towards his niece. Maya's gotten faster. You're training. Astra nodded, crossing her arms as she tracked her sister's progress. Yes, but speed only gets you so far. It's interesting how they tackle each obstacle. They're taking drastically different approaches. Snipe nodded and the 3 moved further down to keep an eye on the teens. It's a pretty even race for both of them since they don't have physical quirks and are solely relying on their training. Maya likes taking the direct path, regardless of if it is more dangerous or will require her to take a harder fall. Her immunity has made her cocky and a little reckless. I'm hoping the academy will knock some sense into her. Astra explained. Izuku is going for the path of least resistance. His speed has drastically improved, but he's still struggling on the technical aspects of passing certain obstacles. He is still learning how to go by muscle memory and not to overthink things. Aizawa's been taking him on practice patrol runs for him to get used to moving without thinking. Soon enough, the 2 students cleared the final obstacle and burst into a dead sprint towards the finish line. It seemed it was going to be a picture finish with how close they were to each other. That was until Izuku purposely hooked his ankle with Maya's and knocked her off balance at the last possible second. A squeak left the American as she was forced to fall into a roll to stop herself from face-planting. She had lost just enough momentum for Izuku to cross the finish line a few seconds before her. Maya rose to her knees and looked at Izuku with shock. Snipe let out a laugh at his niece's expression and gave his student a high five. What's the Nakama family motto, Maya? There's no such thing as fighting dirty, just leveling the playing field. The silver-haired girl groaned and flopped backward onto the floor. September. Izuku shifted nervously, his eyes not leaving the floor. He could do this. It was a simple question and for a good cause. Pulling on the strings of his hoodie, he took a deep breath and turned to face Snipe. See, can I bring a friend to a few of my training lessons? He wants to be a hero and is planning on applying to UA, so I thought it would be helpful for both of us. Izuku asked hesitantly. Snipe looked up from his organization of the weapons they used but said nothing. He has this really cool quirk that would be great for heroics, but it's a mental quirk. Since the hero entrance exam is notorious for skewing towards flashy, physical quirks, I'm afraid he'll fall through the cracks. Like how Aizawa-sensei did in his first year here. So I thought that I could help him learn how to fight and all. Snipe hummed in acknowledgement. I'm fine with you bringing him along for your hand-to-hand combat days, but he'll need to get permission from his guardian. And he'll have to deal with Aizawa's teaching style. Is this a kid from school? No, it's the junior high student that I met on my first patrol with Aizawa-sensei. We kept in contact with each other. Izuku smiled softly. He doesn't care that I'm quirkless. Shinso-kun actually thinks it's cool that I'm able to do all of this without a quirk. Chuckling at his words, Snipe reached over and ruffled Izuku's hair. I'm glad you made a friend. Get in touch with him and if his guardian approves, you can bring him to next week's session. 1726. Hey Shinso-kun, do you want to come to my next combat lesson? I asked Snipe. And he said that you could join. Insomnia Kadur. 1732. You mean the lessons that kick your butt every week? 1734. They're not that bad. It will be fun. And it will be helpful for the entrance exam. Insomnia Kadur. 1737. Is this the surprise you were talking about? Mito, it's fine. I told you that I'll just get in through the sports fest if I don't pass the entrance exam. 1739. But you'll have to play catch up then. Insomnia Kadur. 1745. Give me one reason why I should put myself through the hell that is your training? 1752. You would be learning from Eraserhead. Insomnia Kadur. 1753. I'm sorry, what? You have never said that you were getting taught by Eraserhead. I thought him taking you on patrol was a favor he did for Snipe. It actually teaches you on a regular basis? Get back here, gremlin. You don't get to drop that on me and walk away. Team 10. Take a deep breath please and thank you. I thought you knew this but apparently not. Who did you think Aizawa-sensei was? Insomnia Kadur. 1811. Mito, you sweet, dumb summer child. I don't know Eraserhead's real. That is not info that the general public gets. You never said that Aizawa was Eraserhead. 1813. Oops. So, you want to come? You have to get permission from your mom first. Snipe's big on parental consent and all. Insomnia Kadur. 1814. Bear be calling mom right now. Insomnia Kadur. 1825. She said it's fine as long as I'm safe. She would prefer for me not to die at the tender age of you. 1830. Come to UA next Monday after school. Can get you a guest pass. It's gonna be fun, I promise. Carrot carrot. Don't lose momentum, keep your form. Trust your instincts and move like you always do. No thoughts, only focus. The mantra played over and over in Izuku's head as he continued following the routine across the floor. Physically, ballet was more taxing on his body, but his gymnastics routines always made him nervous. Ending with a barani layout, Izuku held the position for a second. Then, he spun on his foot to look back at Akari-sensei with a large grin. That was pretty good. Better than the last time he did it. The grin on his face quickly slipped into a bashful smile as he realized he had a larger audience than expected. His face flushed at the sight of the entire advanced-level ballet class standing behind Akari-sensei. The gaggle of girls began to clap enthusiastically for him, their giggles echoing in the small space. Okay ladies, go back to the bar and stop teasing Midoriya-kun. He has things to work on and so do all of you. Akari-sensei announced once the applause pittered out. Immediately, the 20 girls began to whine and protest. But sensei, we just want to support Mito-chan. He doesn't mind when we watch him train. One of the younger girls insisted. Akari-sensei sighed and turned to scold the girl when several girls snuck past her and bounded towards Izuku. Izuku waved at their approach, mentally preparing himself for whatever they were going to ask him. He had gotten used to their teasing and requests, but he still got slightly flustered when they came up to him in groups. Mito-chan, can you please help us practice some of the partner routines that our school is making us do? Mei-chan's partner is never available outside of class and Akane-chan's is a JRK. Takato-san pleaded, pouting dramatically. Izuku let out a nervous laugh, rubbing the back of his neck. What about you? Why do you need help? Takato-san gave him a cheeky grin. Oh, I just didn't want to be left out. I can't let them have all the fun, Mito-chan, she said with confidence. Another wave of giggles went through the girls at her words, with several of the girls shouting about Takato-san's shameless behavior. If Akari-sensei is okay with me helping you, I'm more than happy to. He shot his sensei a wide-eyed grin that screamed, help me. Thankfully, his teacher took pity on him this time. Shaking her head, Akari-sensei clapped twice to catch everyone's attention. Midoriya has done enough ballet this week. Today is his gymnastics lesson and your ballet lesson. Besides, I am planning on teaching him more contemporary dance styles in the coming weeks, so I don't want him getting too used to only doing ballet. We can totally help him with contemporary dances, sensei. Yeah, I love doing contemporary partner dances. They're so much fun. Come on, sensei, you never let Mito-chan train with us. Please. The rest of the girls began to clamor for Akari-sensei's attention with reassurances of their usefulness. The green-haired woman raised a singular eyebrow at Izuku at their words. His cheeks turned a brighter shade of red at their enthusiasm, but he just shrugged in response. Akari-sensei let out a large sigh at that. Quiet! She ordered, her voice teetering on a yell. Akari-sensei never truly yelled, but if she was close, it meant that her patience was wearing thin. If you girls go to the bar room and can get through your exercises and routines before Midoriya is done with his gymnastics work, then I will allow you to help me choreography one contemporary dance for him. Got it? The girls let out a small cheer before scattering and making their way back to the bar room. Akari-sensei waited until the last one was out of sight before turning back to Izuku. Now that it was just the two of them, Izuku made his way to stand next to his teacher. You shouldn't let them pressure you into doing things you don't want to do. It only enables them to do it again later on. Another nervous laugh left his body without permission. I don't mind it really. And helping them with partner dances will probably be good training for me. You know, with all the lifts and synchronized movements. He explains shyly. Akari-sensei let out a small chuckle at that and ruffled his hair. Repeat your routine 2 more times and then start on your usual stretches and skills check. I'll be back in a bit. Izuku grinned widely at her instructions and took off across the room to his starting position. It's truly amazing how his quirk actually affects the technology around him. At first, we just thought that he was producing electromagnetic waves that caused interference and therefore made any technology he came in contact with short out. But Matt did an experiment and it isn't waves at all. He's basically a walking malware device. Hisashi's voice echoed through their apartment. Izuku leaned against his mother, a small smile on his face. It was their usual video chat, but it had felt like ages since he was able to just listen to his father rant about quirks. Does he leave any trace of his malware coding in the devices? A small amount, but not enough to actually trace it back to him. The only reason we found it was because Matt insisted on doing a complete check on the computer he shorted out. Hisashi answered. He opened his mouth to continue but paused. Looking at his family, he let out a small chuckle. I shouldn't spend all of our time talking about work. How are you two? Is everything okay over there? Inko shifted in her seat, careful not to push Izuku away. We've been doing well. The other ladies in the office decided to start a book club, so I've been looking forward to that. We're reading one of my favorites actually. And I started painting again. I decided to pursue it again since I have too much time on my hands now that Izuku is so busy with his training. Oh, that takes me back to when we were younger. Do you remember that adorable little cat portrait you did for my mother when we first started dating? She still has that hanging up in their entryway. Izuku giggled at his parents' story. He missed having conversations like this. Inko laughed at the memory from her younger days. She's too kind. Oh, I haven't told you the best news. I finally got to meet Izuku's new friend. He's such a nice young man. So polite. He doesn't look like he gets enough sleep though. Inko excitedly told her husband, her eyes sparkling. Izuku let out a whine of embarrassment and sat up. Mom, you're making such a big deal about it. It's not that exciting. Shush, I can be excited about you making a new friend. You haven't had a friend over since Katsuki and it's been years since he slept over. I'm just happy for you. Is this the same young man you saved from getting mugged a few months ago? You mentioned you were still in contact with him. Hisashi asked, doing nothing to hide the amusement in his voice. Izuku nodded his head in response. His name is Shinso Hitoshi. Dad, he has such a cool quirk. It's a mind control quirk that is activated by the verbal response, and it's amazing the versatility of uses he has with it. We've been doing experiments over the past couple of weeks to test out his limits, and it's one of the most powerful quirks that I've seen. Izuku began to rant. He actually wants to go into the hero course too. Snipe and Aizawa-sensei agreed to let him train with me twice a week, so that's been fun. I missed having a sparring partner that was on a similar skill level to me. And your training, how is that? Maya mentioned that you had beaten her in a race while they were visiting. She said you had progressed a lot since you came to America. Izuku felt his face heat up at the praise. He was still getting used to people complimenting him and actually meaning it. Hound Dog had given him the goal of accepting compliments instead of immediately brushing them off. It was still a work in progress. It's been going well. Akari-sensei has started letting me do more complex gymnastic routines now that I'm comfortable with the basics. And the girls have been helping me learn jazz and contemporary dances, which have been really fun. Snipe thinks that I've almost mastered the throwing knives at this point. Last week, I actually hit the bullseye of all of the moving targets we were practicing with. And my firearm training has been going well. I'm still some ways away from being completely comfortable with it, but I can actually see the progress now. He explained slowly, trying to remember what he had last told his father. Next to him, Inko smiled weakly at his words and squeezed her hands together. My little baby's growing up so fast now. The wobble in her words was palpable. Izuku turned to face his mother in a rush to comfort her. Already, the tears were beginning to build in her eyes. Through the screen, Hisashi smiled fondly. I'm proud of you, Izuku. You're growing up so fast, and I wish I could be there to watch it happen next to your mother. I just want you to know that no matter what you end up doing at UA, I will always be proud of you and your work. Izuku stared at his father for a second as his words sank in. Without consent, he felt his mouth start to wobble. A singular nod from his father let loose the stream of tears from his eyes. Inko soon joined in, and the mother and son held onto each other as they sobbed. Hisashi let out a light chuckle. He loved that his son had inherited his mother's tender heart, even if it resulted in his tendency to burst into tears on the regular. He gazed fondly at his family through the screen, the familiar squeeze of longingness grasping his heart. See them soon enough. I'll make sure of it. October. Shinso let out a loud groan as his back once more made contact with the floor. Who the hell taught this gremlin the judo flip? Midoriya grinned down at him, dancing out of reach when Shinso half-heartedly attempted to grab his ankle. Fing feral gremlin. Why is that your signature move right now? Because you fall for it every time. He got back on his feet, knowing that he was going to have an array of bruises on his back from his multiple losses today. Slowly, he got back into his fighting stance. From the sidelines, Shinso could see Aizawa. Wow, that's really Eraserhead, this is insane, watching the two of them closely. You need to focus on using Izuku's size and movement against him. You have the advantage of a longer striking range and height. Use them. Aizawa called out, walking closer. You've improved since your first session. So let me see it. I want to know that I'm not wasting my time and energy on teaching you. Shinso felt a grin creep across his face at his mentor's words. The praise from his favorite hero lessened the pain. Turning back towards Midoriya, he steadied himself. Let's get this over with, Green Bean. I want to move on to weapons training soon, and I have to win a spar against you to get there. The sharp trill of the whistle echoed through the air as Izuku sprinted forward. It was his obstacle course check again, and he was excited to put his skills to use. Izuku flew through the first section of the course with ease, not hesitating as he weaved through the obstacles. A grin took over his face as he moved onto the second half of the course. This was the harder part, and it included some new surprises that PL was trying out. Izuku stumbled slightly as he triggered one of the mini traps. The minefield was a new touch, but at least the traps were low grade and only meant to slow him down. Gracefully moving through the small section, he managed to only trigger 3 traps. It was impressive how creative UA could get when it came to challenges for their students. Jumping over the last barrier, Izuku skidded to a stop just past the finish line. He wasn't out of breath. He completed the entire course and didn't feel like dying. Turning towards his mentor, Izuku bounced on his heels in anticipation. Snipe tossed him the stopwatch in response. Half your original time, and that's with the new toys that Higuri is trying out. Not gonna lie, cowboy, I'm surprised by how much you've improved these past 7 months. That impressive. Snipe complimented him. At his side, Aizawa nodded in agreement, which means that we can move on to the next phase of your training. Izuku tilted his head in confusion at those words. Next phase? We're in the final months before the exams, so it's crunch time, problem child. Snipe nodded and pulled out a sheet of paper from his pocket. Handing it to Izuku, he began to explain. Biggest change is that you're no longer going to have lessons with Hanami. Your flexibility and precision have gotten to a place that we can use that time for other matters. You'll still see her every other Thursday as a reset so that you don't lose the level that you're currently at. I still expect you to keep up with your daily routine when it comes to your stretches and home exercises. Izuku nodded, a wave of sadness hitting him at the thought of stopping his lessons. Well, he would still get to go every other week. And the girls in the advanced class had finally bullied him into being added to a group chat. He could always reach out to them and practice outside of lessons. Those days will be replaced with combat training and weaponry lessons. Aizawa continued. I plan on having you practice parkour on a more regular basis and integrating your gymnastics training until it becomes second nature. We will be doing the same with your fighting style and your dance skills. That sounds like fun, but I'm sure I'll regret thinking that in the near future. Snipe reached into his pocket and pulled out 4 bright green packs of some sort. Scrunching his face, Izuku gestured at the items with general confusion. These are a set of wrist and ankle weights. You'll start wearing these throughout your day, sun up to sundown. During training sessions, you'll wear a heavier set. Snipe explained, handing them over to Izuku. They felt pretty light now, but Izuku couldn't imagine having these on constantly. Why? It's a fairly common practice. The extra weight will slow you down at first, but as you get used to the weight, you will drastically improve your speed and strength. You will do this up until your last lesson before the exam. Snipe gave Izuku a small pat on his shoulder. We're in the home stretch, so you ready to go full chisel? Izuku looked down at the weights in his hands and nodded. 3 months until the entrance exam. That's all he had. Every moment counted. Comfortable? Inui-san asked, amused at the boy in front of him. Izuku had curled up in the egg chair and immediately covered himself in the large fleece blanket that was kept nearby. Izuku nodded, sinking deeper into the large chair. I get cold really easily. I was hoping that when I gained muscle, it wouldn't happen as much, but I wasn't that lucky. Izuku explained. Inui-san hummed in acknowledgement and turned to a new page in his notebook. So, Aizawa told me that you invited a friend to train with you. How's that been going? Izuku grinned at the mention of his friend. It's been going really well. Aizawa-sensei doesn't want to admit it, but I think he enjoys training Shinso-kun. They're really similar too. Shinso-kun's quirk is so cool and a great fit for heroics. It's a mental quirk like Aizawa-sensei's, which is why I asked if he could join. I didn't want him to fall through the cracks. But we've also been doing some quirk experiments on the side, and I think that he's underestimating the power of his quirk. Have you already made an entry in your notebook for him? Hound Dog asked. Yeah, but it's nowhere near complete. There's still a lot of questions I have about his quirk. Izuku admitted. Shinso's was the first new entry he had done in a while since he was focusing on digitizing everything, but he still wasn't happy with it. Not yet. Have you made an entry for yourself yet? Izuku blinked in surprise at his question. An entry on himself? That thought had never once crossed his mind. No, I haven't. I don't have a quirk to analyze, so I never saw the point. Do you just analyze quirks or their fighting style and abilities? Well, no, I analyze everything. Quirks are just the main part. His fingers gripped the cuffs of his hoodie to ground him. This felt like another moment that was going to shift his world a little to the left. Inui-sen pet his head to the side in open curiosity at Izuku's response. So why not analyze yourself? I think you deserve an entry in your notebook. November. Gunshots rang through the still air of the shooting range in quick succession. As the final echo vibrated through the space, Izuku slowly lowered the gun in his hand. With practice motion, he slipped the safety back on and slid it back into the holster at his hip. That motion still feels weird. I might have to ask for a tactical thigh holster in the future. Sliding his earmuffs off, He turned to the side with a grin plastered on his face. Next to him, Snipe stared ahead at the targets. The pro hero walked closer to them and started to inspect each bullet hole carefully. Izuku bounced on his heels with each nod of approval as he made his way down the line. At the final target, Snipe looked back at his protégé. Perfect shots. No hesitation or jerking movement while shooting. Followed gun safety afterward. All with only 4 months of training. Snipe walked back towards Izuku. Izuku had expected a pat on his head or something similar but was instead pulled into a hug. That's new. Izuku returned the hug automatically. Once Snipe pulled away, he playfully ruffled Izuku's hair. Good job, cowboy. You'll probably be ready to take the gun certification test by the sports festival. Those words were exactly what Izuku was waiting to hear. He beamed at Snipe's words, basically vibrating with excitement. So can we start working on moving targets next? And then maybe show me how to shoot with rifles? He asked hopefully. Snipe let out a bark of laughter at that. Sure thing, Button. Right now though, I want to celebrate your hard work. Go get changed, we're taking a quick field trip before I drop you off. Where are we going? Snipe slipped off his mask and hat with ease to give Izuku a wide grin. Wow, the family resemblance is really uncanny. That's Maya's mischievous smile. First, to the hero store downtown for you to pick out your gift. No arguments and you can go wild. I have plenty of money in the chip. Then, we're gonna pick up some quality katsudon for you and your mother to eat tonight. I'll let her know dinner's on me. Now hurry up and change. He stated, leaving no room to argue. Izuku didn't have to be told twice. He shot off towards the attached locker room, drawing another chuckle from Snipe. He turned on his heel and made his way towards the small office space he kept at the range. Takuya needed to change into civilian clothing as well. The last thing he needed was to draw attention to himself while they were out. He didn't want anyone to try and interrupt quality time with his kid. Izuku let out a sigh of relief and slammed his notebook shut. Nearby, a few of the third years looked up with interest. They had gotten used to the sight of the young boy in various support studios. Usually, he went wherever Power Loader was more likely to be supervising. What is it, Midoriya-kun? Did you finally finish? One of them called out from across the room. Izuku gave them a weak smile and nodded. Yo Suna, go get my Jima-sensei. We got ourselves a completed project. Every third year stomped twice in unison after his last words. Izuku felt like he was watching a sacred ritual, but didn't ask questions. Instead, one of the students ran into the office with a whoop of excitement. Izuku stared at the ajar door for only a second before the same girl pulled PL through it. The apprehension on his face was clear until he saw the green-haired boy. Oh, was that the final entry? Izuku snapped to attention at that and grabbed his tablet. Everything's been transferred over and encrypted. It's done. PL nodded in approval and made his way over to look at the final product himself. Izuku handed over the tablet without question and watched as PL began to scroll through the digital journal. Izuku had been working on the software for the entries ever since PL started teaching him coding, and he felt confident in his work. It was so nice to be able to customize everything to his personal preferences. This looks good. Really good. Have you already programmed the new interfacing we were talking about for new entries? PL asked, flicking through page after page of analysis. Izuku nodded eagerly and reached over to show it off. I made it to where the software recognizes similar thoughts and themes and groups them together automatically. Then the sections can be moved around with ease so that I can put my drawings in without worrying about overlap. He frowned slightly at that train of thought. I still haven't figured out how to set up an in-app drawing program that I like. So for the time being, I am still using a separate program for that and then uploading them later on. PL hummed in acknowledgement. I look into some coding program for art and get back to you once I find something useful. You're probably going to have to build firewalls and other methods of protection for your tablet as a fail-safe. That was going to be the next project. Is this automatically backed up? Izuku fidgeted nervously at that question. Playing with the strings of his rabbit hoodie, he looked down at his feet. I was thinking about asking Nedu if he can help me set up something so that it backs up to a server or cloud within UA so that if I break or lose the tablet, the information is safe. He will if you give him access to your files. That was the automatic reply from his teacher. Izuku couldn't help but snort at the notion. As if he needs me to give him access. I'll consider my protection to be airtight once it takes him more than an hour to get in. PL paused at that for a moment before shrugging. That's fair. Come on, I'm sure he's waiting for us already and vibrating with excitement. Suna, you're in charge until I get back. No one blow up the lab while we're gone. Hitoshi leaned against the entrance of Aldra Junior High with practiced disinterest. He and Midoriya were training together today, and so he decided that he would pick his friend up from school so that they could walk together to UA. It wasn't something he did often, but Midoriya was so excited when he had jokingly brought it up. So here he was, waiting patiently for his friend to leave the building. He was very aware of the stares he was attracting from other students as they left but chose to ignore them. Hitoshi was used to stares. At least this time, he was pretty sure that it was because he was wearing his school uniform. Even though his private school was not the most prestigious in Japan, they still made their uniforms put off the essence of superiority that only money can buy. And Aldra wasn't in the best neighborhood, all things considered. I wonder why Midoriya goes to a school like this. He can afford to go to a different school considering what his father does. That train of thought came to a screeching halt before it could leave the station at the sound of a familiar voice yelling his name. Straightening up, Hitoshi turned to see his small friend weaving through the crowd of students at top speed. And heading straight for him. He barely got a moment to brace himself before Midoriya practically pounced on him. Hitoshi's arms wrapped around his waist to steady them, groaning at the radiating pain from his torso. For as small as Midoriya looked, he was basically pure muscle at this point. Hitoshi wouldn't be surprised if the little gremlin could lift him without breaking a sweat. The green-haired boy laughed at Hitoshi's pain. Don't be dramatic, I didn't even hit you that hard. Oh, I'm sorry that I'm a little in pain at your flying tackle hug. I'll be sure to hold it in next time. Hitoshi replied sarcastically. Midoriya shook his head in disbelief, but released his friend and gripped the straps of his backpack. Big baby. Ready to go. Hitoshi wasn't given a chance to respond when another yell echoed through the afternoon air. "Du." Midoriya let out a quiet sigh at that name and rolled his eyes in exasperation. He gave Hitoshi an apologetic room before turning around to face the blonde boy that screamed. Said boy was making his way over to the pair in an angry manner that immediately made Hitoshi tense. Yes, Kaken? The tired reply and nickname quickly caught Hitoshi up to the situation. So this was the guy that was Midoriya's childhood friend turned bully. I know my hair is ridiculous, but he just looks like an angry Pomeranian right now. Hitoshi couldn't help but notice the other students in the area. They quickly moved out of Kaken's way but were still loitering around. So they were expecting a show of some sort. Once the angry blonde was in front of the pair, he sneered at Shinso in an act of intimidation. Whose eyebags here and why is he hanging out with a freak like you? He asked in a demeaning manner. Hitoshi raised an eyebrow at his words but waited to see his friend's response. Midoriya let out another sigh. This is my friend Shinso Hitoshi. He goes to a different school. Shinso-kun, this is Kaken. I mean Bakugo Katsuki. My classmate. He reluctantly introduced the two. Hitoshi drew himself up to his full height and gave Bakugo, he was not going to call him Kaken unless it was used in a derogatory manner, a slow scan from head to toe. After a moment, he purposefully turned his head away in clear dismissal of the boy in front of him. Cool, can we go now? His indifference had the intended effect of bristling Bakugo. Hitoshi watched with silent amusement at the furious expression on the blonde's face. So he did have an inferiority complex. Where the F are you two losers heading? And how the hell did you even meet someone outside of school? We ran into each other when I was walking around a different part of town and I dash. Oh, so now you're just picking up DMN strays and making them be your friend? Shinso-kun isn't a stray, we just met by chance. And we're just hanging out dash. Bullshit. I know you're hiding something from me, you DMN nerd. It was at this point that Hitoshi had enough. Stepping forward, he gently nudged Midoriya's shoulder. Not that this isn't a riveting conversation, but we really do need to get going. Aizawa-sensei is going to make us run suicides until we drop if we're late today. That statement seemed to knock some sense into Midoriya when he checked the time himself. Cursing under his breath, Izuku nodded his head in agreement. That was enough consent for Hitoshi to forcibly remove them from this unpleasant conversation. Draping his arm around Izuku's shoulder, he guided his friend away from Bakugo with gusto. They had barely made it a few steps away when the blonde decided he wanted the last word. Oi, is he your FING boyfriend or something, nerd? Hingy hell, that's it. Hitoshi looked over his shoulder, a smirk carefully arranged on his face. You got a problem with that, Kakin? Don't you dash. That was all he managed to get out before Hitoshi grabbed hold of his mind. The blonde froze automatically, red eyes turning gray. Go home and leave us alone. The lavender boy ordered. Bakugo turned on his heel and began to make the trek home. Hitoshi kept tabs on the strings of Bakugo's mind as the pair went in the opposite direction. Midoriya bit his lip and glanced back at the retreating figure. You didn't need to do that, Shinso-kun. Kakin is going to lose it once someone bumps into him hard enough to knock him awake. His voice was a lot quieter than Hitoshi was used to. Uncharacteristically small. Hitoshi shrugged in response before shooting his friend a concerned look. Why did you put up with that a-hole's sheet? You could knock him on his butt easily and get him to stop berating you. He watched his friend fidget at his question. So this was what uncertainty looked like on his face. He hated it. Midoriya let out a long sigh and gripped the edges of his sleeves. It's complicated. Kakin and I have history. I can't just cut him off. He finally stated. Hitoshi wrinkled his nose at that answer. He ruffled the shorter boy's hair quickly before releasing him. Well, you shouldn't have to put up with that sheet, complicated or not. At the very least, you should make it clear to Bakugo that you're not the same kid he's bullied for years. He can't keep getting away with sheet like that. Midoriya was quiet as he turned over Hitoshi's words in his head. The taller boy watched as he slowly came to terms with something. I'll think about it. The air around them was tense at the mention of heavy topics. Hitoshi knew that Midoriya never told him the complete truth about his school life, but it was obvious to anyone who knew what it felt like to be ostracized. However, this was a shitty way to start training. Nudging Midoriya's shoulder gently, he shot the boy an easy smile. Last one to the gym pays for coffee next? Midoriya's grin was infectious. Oh, you're on. That was his only response before he took off in a dead sprint. Hitoshi chuckled for a second before taking off as well. He couldn't let him win after all. December. Izuku stared at the large smartboard sitting at the front of the room. For once, the support studio was empty due to all of the students cramming for their finals. That meant that PL could give him a one-on-one lesson without worrying about an explosion happening elsewhere. He had been excited at the prospect of it, but now he was just confused. Written in neat letters on the center of the board were the words, Support Gear Analysis. PL was out of his hero costume and gestured towards the board with a large grin. Izuku blinked at him. He felt like he was missing something. Since you've finished DHN for the most part, I wanted to take time today to teach you about support gear design and analysis. PL explained once it was clear that Izuku had no idea what was happening. Izuku scrunched his nose in confusion. I've never heard of it before. PL nodded slightly at his statement. Most of those outside the support industry aren't familiar with it. In its most basic form, it's the design process that most support item companies use when they receive an order. Typically, the design and analysis processes are kept separate, which is a rather narrow way to look at things. Most support gear analysis happens when either the item comes back for an update or when a new version has to be made. I believe in doing a complete analysis during the design process so that there is less of a need to send an item back. Izuku tried to follow the train of thought with minimal success. Thankfully, PL decided it was best to just use an example. A blueprint appeared onto the board, taking the place of the words. This is a support item that one of the third years is working on right now. Tell me, what's your first impression? Unfolding himself from the crouched position on the stool, Izuku walked closer to the board. The item in question was a set of gloves that looked simple enough at first glance. The notes made it clear that the fabric was structured with the idea of limiting someone's quirk output. What's the person's quirk? An emitter of some sort, I assume. It's similar to Midnight's. Gas that released from her skin, but it's confined to the palms of her hands. She, however, can change the chemical makeup of the released gas if she knows it well enough. The request was for a set of gloves that could block her output so that she doesn't lose control in stressful situations. PL explained. Izuku nodded, touching the board to zoom in on the notes in the margin. I'm assuming that the support student took inspiration from Midnight's outfit and that's why the fabric can be put together after it's ripped. That's right. They've made the palm of the gloves out of a malleable fabric that can fix itself if heat is applied. Izuku scrunched his brows together at that. It made sense to base the design on an existing item, but that was on the basis that the original design was effective. He had opinions about the functional nature of Midnight's costume. Why didn't they try to make gloves that can become permeable or open entirely when a certain motion is done? That way they can close the gloves and it's not a one-time use until they're able to get something to heat the fabric. Is that possible? The pro hero hummed at that question. With the right materials, most likely. It would also be interesting to see if there is a way to attach a small tube system within the gloves so that she could actually collect the gas she produces in real time without immediately releasing it. Kind of like a capsule system? But that would depend on her preference and if that would be effective for her fighting style. Izuku added on, veering towards muttering. PL never stopped his mutter sessions though. He saw them as a mini brainstorm that needed to be released for Izuku to comprehend everything. I'll bring that up to him during the next studio session. It's likely that he would have never thought about those additions until a situation happened in the field. And often, it's too late to fix the items at that point. PL added. Izuku nodded, everything coming together. It's just like analyzing quirks. A little more situational with more complex problems, but very similar. He murmured. Next to him, his teacher grinned in a slightly unsettling way. Exactly. That's why I wanted to teach it to you. The skills are transferable, but also something vital for your future. Whether you go into the support course or hero course, learning about the design and analysis process for your own gear will really help you in the field. The excitement in the older man's voice was palatable. Additionally, I knew you were having trouble with your foxglove entry. This will help build out that analysis by giving you the skills needed to break down his gear. Izuku's eyes lit up at those words. Turning back towards PL, he matched his grin. Can we start today? Again. Faster this time. While this may not be your weapon of choice, most improvised weapons can be used in a similar way. Aizawa-sensei ordered. Izuku took a deep breath and got back into the starting position. The staff in his hand was metal with a textured section for him to grip. Despite that, he took a moment to dry his hands on his shirt. Staff training was a new experiment that Aizawa had insisted on. Izuku didn't mind the change of pace, but he was very aware that this was not going to be a go-to for him. Readjusting his grip, Izuku began to spin the staff, picking up speed quickly. Once he felt ready, he started to go through the expected exercises. Each swipe of the staff made an impact with the punching bag in front of him, forcing him to deal with the vibrations as he continued to switch motions at a rapid pace. His arms were going to be so sore tomorrow. Grunting, he put as much as he could into the final swing. The bag swung slightly on the chain. He couldn't help but grin at that. Even with the added weight on his wrists, he was able to put enough force behind his hits to do that. He couldn't wait till he was able to take off the weights and see how much faster and stronger he's actually gotten. Izuku turned towards Aizawa for his feedback, only to be interrupted by a loud squeal. Aizawa groaned loudly, apparently recognizing the voice immediately. Izuku shot him a weird look before turning to look at the entrance of Gym Beta. Standing in the open doorway was an ecstatic Midnight currently being blocked by Snipe from going inside. Is this him? Oh, he's adorable. Kiyama, please leave. You're interrupting his lesson. The female pro-hero pouted at her coworker. Why are you being so secretive about him? I just want to meet your kid since the two of you are so determined to hide him away from the rest of the staff. Izuku lit up at the sight of her and jogged over to the doorway, staff still in hand. He stopped once he reached Snipe's side. Snipe looked over at his protege and sighed. That was an all too familiar look on his face. Wow, Midnight's, and it's so nice to meet you. I have so many questions. How are you able to control the output of your quirk? Does anything affect the strength of your sleeping gas other than gender? Can you change the potency, or is it a set amount? Does the amount of skin exposed change the amount of gas you can distribute? He shot off, bouncing with excitement. His fingers twitched slightly for a pen and paper, but the staff kept him from actually reaching around. Midnight stared at him in shock for only a moment before she took a step forward and bent down to his level. Pinching his cheeks, she let out another squeal. That stopped Izuku's questioning in its tracks. His cheeks filled with color. Oh, what a cutie! So lively and full of youth. She cooed, shooting an unamused look over her shoulder. Why would you hide this handsome boy away from me? Izuku gave her a shy smile at her compliment. Thank you. You're actually one of my favorite heroes. The non-profit work you do is really amazing and not talked about enough. My mom volunteers at the women's shelter you sponsor. She really appreciates the work you do for those women. He stated, keeping eye contact with the pro. Midnight's charity work was something most people skimmed over, which was sad because of how much she did for domestic abuse victims. Between that and her work on providing SXL assault victims with the proper legal and emotional support they need, he was always a little sad when her accomplishments weren't mentioned. The woman grinned and quickly pulled him into a tight hug, much to Snipe's exasperation and Izuku's immediate embarrassment. Nemuri, Aizawa tiredly called out, his tone similar to a scolding parent. Midnight stuck her tongue out at her friend but released Izuku. So sweet. If you ever need anything from me, just say the word. I can't let these two have all the fun. She winked at the green-haired boy, her words sincere but playful. Izuku nodded quickly. Content with her actions, she turned on her heel and began to walk away with a flirty wave towards Aizawa. However, Izuku reached out and grabbed her wrist to stop her. She paused. Looking down at the ground, he takes a moment to gather himself. It doesn't hurt to ask. Actually, there was something that I was hoping you could help me with. How much longer are we going to keep at this? Izuku could feel the fire in his lungs as he dodged another hit. Creating some space, he carefully observed the teacher before him. Aizawa had insisted on sparring against Izuku without the set of weights on to see how much faster he had gotten the past few months. The answer was a lot based on how many attacks he had managed to block or dodge. From the sidelines, Snipe and Shinso looked on with extreme interest. Izuku and Aizawa had sparred against each other enough over the past 8 months that they both knew the other movements too well. That, mixed with Izuku's new speed and the fact that he was experimenting with a different fighting style based on Miruko, made a typical 1-minute spar bleed into a 3-minute and counting ordeal. Exhaustion was visible on both of them, but the stubbornness between the two made calling a draw not an option. Izuku watched carefully as his teacher dove forward for another set of attacks. After 8 months, he could say that he knew Eraserhead's fighting style better than anyone. If they were in full gear, Izuku would have been restrained by the man's capture weapon within the first minute. But despite his essentially quirkless style of fighting, Aizawa wasn't one to do drawn-out weaponless fights. It was blitz attacks and long-range capture. A slip-up was bound to happen. He just had to hope it did before Izuku lost too much stamina. Ducking under Aizawa's left punch, he finally saw the slightest beginning of an opening appear. Not hesitating, he spun himself until he was almost behind the older man and hooked his right foot to throw him off balance. Continuing his momentum, slammed himself into Aizawa's back at full force, dragging the two to the ground. There was a singular grunt of surprise from the pro before Izuku pinned him down completely. A beat of silence filled the gymnasium air. Aizawa tensed for a second as if to check the possibility of escaping the pin before he slapped the ground twice. Match over. A huge grin slowly spread across Izuku's face as he got to his feet and offered a hand to his teacher. From the sidelines, Shinso shook his head fondly. You created a little gremlin child, you know that, right? He stated in a low tone. Snipe snorted at the boy's words but didn't deny. Great job, chickadee. Snipe yelled out to Izuku. The boy in question was bouncing on his heels in excitement. He finally did it. He finally won a spar against Aizawa. The dark-haired pro let out a small chuckle and gave Izuku a small pat of encouragement on his shoulder. Good job, problem child. You did well today. So do you think I'm ready for the exam? Nearly. You'll be ready by the time of the exam at least. Now, 5-minute break, and then we're switching to weapon training. That includes you too, Shinso, so don't look so smug on the sidelines. January. So I can choose which one to take? Izuku asked, swinging his legs back and forth. He had taken a seat on top of one of the taller sniper perches that were set up in Battle Arena C. Snipe had decided to let him try out long-range shooting for fun, with the knowledge that he wouldn't be ready to truly start learning it until after he started high school. After a few rounds of shooting practice, they were taking a break before moving back to the range. Learning how to use the rifle to his side was fun, but he could see why Snipe wanted him to wait a bit longer. There were a lot more variables to take into account when it came to shooting long-range targets. A slight miscalculation could F everything up. Maybe once he got his certification, he could focus more time on learning the craft. Snipe leaned against the rooftop ledge and nodded. Yes. I'm willing to recommend you for either the Hero Recommendation Exam or the Support Recommendation Exam. If you want to take the normal Hero Entrance Exam with the general public, you can also do that. Each of them has its own pros and cons for your situation. It's ultimately your choice. Izuku nodded and looked up at the blue sky. The exams would take place in less than a month, so he had to make a decision soon. The regular entrance exam is notorious for being skewed towards flashy physical quirks, and you can't bring in any support items that don't directly assist in the control of your quirk. Which would mean I would be going in with just my basic combat skills. It will be a situational simulation that takes place in an urban setting, but what Nedu has prepared is a secret. You would also be directly competing with thousands of other kids from across Japan. Snipe added. Izuku bit his lip. He would have to deal with Kaken if he did the regular exam, but if I do the recommendation exam for the Heroes course and get in, it's going to be a media sheet storm. I know that a quirkless kid getting into UA is going to make news articles, but if I steal a recommendation spot from a candidate with a strong quirk and powerful sponsors, it would cause a lot of trouble for UA. Izuku reluctantly admitted. Snipe let out a long sigh at that. First of all, you wouldn't be stealing a spot. If you got in on recommendations, you would have earned that spot like anyone else. We would be willing to stand by that decision, media be dmed. But that's not how everyone else is gonna see it. A sad smile found its way onto his face. Especially if they found out that I was trained by UA faculty members. Accusations of favoritism and bias would be everywhere. I would be spending the first year at UA trying to prove to everyone that I wasn't handed by spot as a charity case or something. They were both silent for a moment at that thought. 9 months of training and being surrounded by people who believed in him didn't change the world's view on quirkless people. Izuku knew that getting into UA was the first step in an uphill battle to prove himself. He would constantly have to show over and over again that he was as capable as any quirked person. Thoughts on the support recommendation exam? Snipe finally asked. Izuku sighed and rolled his neck to relieve some built-up tension. I have a better shot there than anywhere else. There are also more spots available. It wouldn't be as newsworthy for me to take one of those spots since quirks aren't as important in the support field as they are with heroics. He listed off. But I wouldn't be in the hero department from the start. I would be behind everyone from the moment I did manage to transfer in. The sports festival is only a month into school. That's still an entire month of lessons that I wouldn't have. I'm already behind my peers by 10 years since I don't have a quirk. I don't know if I can afford to fall behind anymore. Izuku closed his eyes and focused on the light breeze in the air. It was still a little colder than he liked, but between his hoodie and denim jacket, it wasn't too bad up here. He should look into having a winter version of whatever costume he chose in the future. He knew some heroes had them, but not as many as there should be. If you decided to be in support, we wouldn't let you fall behind Izuku. Snipe said quietly. Regardless of what department you go into, I expect you to continue with your training outside of school. Maybe not to the degree that it is now, especially if you're a hero student, but it would still be rigorous. Don't be a gump and think that we would throw you to the dogs after you get in. Izuku couldn't help but laugh at that. Okay, I won't be gump about it. How long did it take you to learn all of that slang? Now that's a secret I'll be taking to the grave. Izuku hummed but left it at that. He had a decision to make. Take the regular hero entrance exam and be able to say that he got in just like anyone else, but run the risk of not beating the inevitably stacked odds against him. Go for the hero recommendation where he stands a better chance of getting into the hero course from the start, but have to deal with the media and public outrage. Or do the support recommendation exam that had arguably the best odds for him, but be behind his peers once again after he managed to transfer departments. Different scenarios swam through his head as he turned over his options. He would apply for general studies regardless of what he chose as a failsafe, but that was probably the worst-case scenario. You've made a decision yet, Button? Izuku shot his mentor a knowing smile and nodded. Yeah, I know what I want to do. He had really hoped that he would be able to make it through the rest of the school year without another incident. As it was, he was really enjoying the general silent treatment he had been dealing with for the past 9 months. Sure, Kaken would occasionally yell at him or act weird about him being busy after school, but nothing past verbal insults. Izuku should have known better than to think that Kaken would ever give him a peaceful school year. He smelt the telltale sign of burnt caramel first and managed to dodge his first swing with ease. Spinning around, he shot Kaken a confused look and jumped back to put some distance between them. Do you need something, Kaken? I'm a little busy right now but dash. Shut the F up, Deku. Kaken screamed at him before darting forward for another attack. Izuku sighed and made note of the empty courtyard they were in. No wonder Kaken decided to lose it right here. There weren't any witnesses. While his childhood friend might have been fast, Izuku had gotten used to sparring against pro heroes. He moved around with ease, dodging each attack like nothing. I hope he's been training for the exam too, or he's gonna fall behind. Okay? But can we seriously do this at a different time? I have lessons with Akari-sensei and she hates when I'm late. His words only seemed to push Kaken further into his anger. I really don't have time for this. Akari-sensei is going to make do pirouettes until I see double if I'm late today. Fight back, nerd. I know you've been doing some bullshit training behind my back, so let me see what you've got. Kaken yelled at him. Izuku raised his eyebrows in disbelief and continued to dance around the blonde's attacks. I'm not fighting you on school property. The last thing I need right now is another mark on my record because of a fight that I didn't even start. One of his swings came a little too close for Izuku's comfort and he launched himself into a back handspring on instinct. Additionally, I'm not training behind your back. I don't need your permission to do things, Kaken. I'm just getting ready for the UA exam like you are. Kaken looked surprised for a second before once again sprinting forward for another set of attacks. Izuku groaned and dropped his backpack onto the floor. Why couldn't they talk like normal people? What the F was that move? A back handspring? It's not even that impressive of a gymnastics trick. The two went back and forth for a few moments, with Izuku simply dodging his former friend's attacks, occasionally blocking those that came too close. Normally, he wouldn't mind the extra practice, but this was really starting to get on Izuku's nerves. So you're still planning on applying for UA even though I warned you not to? You're more of a dumbass than I thought, Deku. Kaken gritted out, clearly frustrated at the turn of events. Izuku couldn't help but match that emotion. Okay, do you actually want to talk or are you just looking for a fight? Because if you want to talk about it, let's talk like normal people. Otherwise, I'm leaving for lessons. Izuku stated simply, sliding under one of Kaken's swings and shoving the boy off balance. He reached for his bag off the ground and turned to give the blonde an expectant look. When he saw the intense glare on his bully's face, Izuku's expression turned cold and he casually flashed the blade of his throwing knife in the light. Snipe would kill him if he got suspended, but at least it would be for a good reason. He doubts that Nedu would hold it against him if he told them the truth. Kaken tensed at the sight of cold silver. You wouldn't. You're too much of a wimp. Come at me one more time and I'll give the school an actual reason to suspend me for once in my entire time here. Do you want to talk or can I go? An array of emotions flitted through red eyes before finally settling on cool hatred. Kaken straightened himself and gave Izuku a cold look. Let me make myself clear one more time, Deku. A quirkless piece of shit like you can't become a hero, and it's frankly insulting for you to even apply to UA. I don't know what idiot told you recently that you could do anything you put your mind to, but they are just as delusional as you are. If you know what's good for you, don't apply to UA. Kaken's words sliced through the air with precision. 9 months ago, they might have been enough to make Izuku hesitate about applying. He wasn't the same person he was 9 months ago. Turning to face Kaken straight on, Izuku tilted his head in fake curiosity. Do you think that I can't be a hero because I'm quirkless or because it's me? Why the f does that dash? Because there are quirkless heroes. Izuku interrupted. America has had 10 in its history. The European Hero Commission has given 7 hero licenses to quirkless heroes over the years. Hell, even China had a quirkless hero in the past 10 years. So let me rephrase that. Are you just as quirkist as everyone else in the school, or do you just have a problem with me? Kaken narrowed his eyes and sneered. You couldn't become a hero even if you had a stupid quirk. With your shitty luck, any quirk you would have gotten would have been just as useless as you. Well, that's slightly comforting that he isn't a complete a-hole. No, he just has a problem with me as a person. But that's nice to know, thanks for your opinion. I'll keep that in mind when I'm taking the exam for UA. Izuku stated sarcastically, pocketing his knife. This conversation was over whether Kaken liked it or not. He was officially late for his lesson. He watched as the boy across from him twitched with anger. Maybe Mom can casually bring up anger management classes to Auntie Mitsuki? Probably not. Are you FA deaf? Izuku let out a chuckle at that question. No, I'm just not the same scared little kid you've bullied for the past 10 years. I don't care what you think, Kaken. I'm going to apply for UA and I'm going to become a hero in the future. Do I make myself clear? Viridian and Scarlet eyes locked on each other at the silent challenge being presented. Izuku knew that this wasn't going to be his last altercation with his old friend, especially if they both got into UA, but this was probably the most important one so far. For once, he was standing up for himself and Kaken was recognizing that he could back up his words for once. If I see you at the entrance exam, I will kill you. Kaken finally answered, his teeth bared. Izuku couldn't help the slightly feral smile that took over his face. Oh, don't worry about that. I don't plan to take the public hero entrance exam. See you later, Kaken. With that, Izuku turned on his heel and began to walk towards the main gate. Behind him, he could hear the blonde shouting questions at him, but he chose to ignore it. He had other things to worry about, like the punishment that awaited him at the studio for his tardiness. Snipe was right. Those weights really did help increase my speed and strength. Izuku couldn't help but smile as he soared through the obstacle course. This was his final run before the entrance exam, his final chance to show that he was ready for it. And man, could he tell the difference between now and the past 10 months. Bouncing from obstacle to obstacle, there were no hesitations in his movement anymore. Each jump, twist, and step was fluid and full of grace. He vaulted over the final wall and sprinted to the finish line and the next section of his test. They moved the course outside so that he could show off his weaponry skills directly after his run. Not missing a beat, he swiped the pistol and small case of throwing knives off the table and got into position in front of the array of targets. Snipe had gotten him the tactical thigh holster as a surprise Christmas gift, and he was already wearing the belt that he could snap the knife case to without much problem. Checking to make sure the gun was already loaded, Izuku slipped the safety off and took aim at the targets. Back 6 first, then switched to knives for front with intense focus. He let off 6 shots exactly, hitting the corresponding target with ease. Once the safety was back on, he slipped the gun into the holster and pulled out 4 knives. These could be thrown with a little more flair. One by one, each knife hit its mark with deadly accuracy. Izuku switched the throwing technique each time, waiting till the final one to be a little dramatic. Spinning around, he threw the last knife behind him and grinned as he heard the familiar thunk of it hitting its target. In front of him, a small crowd of his mentors watched him with a mixture of emotions. He waited patiently for them to speak their mind about his performance. Letting out a long, low whistle, Snipe tipped his hat at Izuku. "You're ready, cowboy." Aizawa nodded in agreement. A little cocky at that last throw, but seeing that you hit your mark, I'll let it slide. "I'm proud of you, kid. You've really put your all into these past 10 months and it shows. I'm glad to see that all of those hours in my studio paid off." Akari-sensei chimed in. "You moved through that course as a graceful ballerina should. I look forward to seeing you use your skills in your future hero work." Izuku started to feel his eyes water at their kind words. He knew that he was better now. He knew that he had improved. But to hear it from the group of adults, all experts in their field, was something else. "If you don't ace that exam, I'll eat my left shoe and put in my letter of resignation that day. If anyone deserves to get into UA, it's you." PL added. From his perch on his shoulder, Nedu gave PL a gentle pat on the head and smiled at Izuku. "I look forward to when you get your acceptance letter and officially become a UA student," the rat bear stated happily. Snipe stepped forward and gently ruffled Izuku's hair. "You did good, partner. You're going to be a great hero one day." Those final words set off the waterworks and Izuku couldn't hold back the happy sob that left him. Snipe shook his head fondly and pulled the boy into a hug. Clinging to the soft red fabric of his cape, Izuku smiled through his tears. He did it. He was ready. All that was left was to pass the entrance exam.